Welcome to Day 2 of the 2023 MOVES Open House. We have several great presentations in this video, including a keynote by our NMSO sponsor, an alumni panel, and several examples of work MOVES faculty have done. We hope you enjoy. And now we're moving off to Day 2. Day 2, we have we're starting out with a keynote from our Navy Modeling and Simulation Office sponsor. And we have John Stergiou, who is the acting head of the Navy Modeling and Simulation Office. We get funding from them, and they've kind of always been in our court as we're going forward with this. They've really helped us out with a lot of things. So, John, if you'd like to take over and share your slides and start it, John will be presenting virtually. And we also have Ivar Oswalt. He is in the audience here. He works as a contractor at the Navy Modeling and Simulation Office, and he'll be able to answer any other questions you may have when John finishes up.
All right, thank you for the intro. Hopefully you guys can see my screen. I'm going to pull up the brief now. As we go ahead and get started, if there are any technical issues that pop up, don't hesitate to interrupt. Okay, so I'm going to get into it. I'm John Stergiou. I'm the acting director of NMSO, and my day job is I'm the ST for modeling and simulation, currently stationed at NSWC Carderock. As was mentioned, my colleague Ivar Oswalt is in the room, and he is a really rich resource of information on what NMSO is and kind of the history and continuity. He's been with the office and understands its inner workings quite nicely. He also has a fantastic perspective on all of this, and he looks at plans, policy standards, and kind of broad spectrum equities that NMSO is involved with. Next slide. So kind of start off by saying we have a lot of extraordinary capabilities in the Navy modeling and simulation portfolio, or I should say the Naval modeling and simulation portfolio. There's a lot of wonderful work that has gone on over the years and things that we can do that I think are world-class. That said, a significant gap that I've noticed is that they are not as integrated and collaborative as they need to be. We have pockets of excellence. We don't have a fabric of excellence. So I want to be clear that everybody who's in this room and in this community has absolutely done wonderful things. The gap and what we have today, the reason we don't have the advantage that we really need in our peer-to-peer adversary situation is that these things aren't yet as integrated as they need to be to support rapid decision-making. There's a bullet on here about risk aversion, cycling enterprise-wide action. I mentioned that a while ago to some special advisor to so-and-so that, the Navy's just horribly risk averse and that's choking us. And he didn't like that comment and calibrated me that the Navy is really good at taking risks. We've done tons of innovative stuff over the years. I don't disagree. So I guess my comment or spin on that is that by and large, the Navy science and engineering activities are not incentivized to take risks. We are incentivized by and large to support the needs of a program office to deliver or maintain an asset to the fleet. And so taking risks and doing things that are really innovative and really wild just isn't something that's been on our radar, and it's not where the dollars flow to allow us to do things. If you haven't read Bureaucratic Nirvana by Hugh Montgomery, it's a really insightful way to understand how a lot of our activities got to where they are today. Another challenge we have in the modeling and simulation world is that we are no longer as dominant as we used to be in computing technology. There's a really fantastic brief from the DoD High Performance Computing Office, their chief strategist, on economic factors and computational factors and how they feed into superiority. The gist of it is that there was a period of time for a while where, you can talk about quantum computing, you can talk about whatever scale of computing you want. There's a period of time for a while, especially when you look at the top 500 list, top 500 supercomputers in the world, where China and Russia and other folks that we look at as potential peers were not on the list, or maybe were on the list, but not at the top. And when they started to get towards the top, they started making noise and having a lot of press releases and saying, look at all this really amazing and wonderful stuff we're doing. And they were doing really amazing and wonderful stuff. But then at some point, they stopped talking about it. And I think that's important because when you sometimes aren't as powerful as someone else, you want to make a lot of noise. And sometimes when you become more powerful, you don't want to let them know what you're up to anymore. And so I think there are situations where we're starting to see those aspects play in. I think a critical piece here, and a really good point that Ivar brought up, by the way, this slides, I'm going to attribute a lot of the goodness in them to Ivar, so thank you for putting this together. And again, if you have any questions, I'm sure he can help. I think one of the keys here is we've done a lot of amazing work, but I don't want us to rest on our laurels and say we're done. I think we should take a healthy approach that says every year and every periodic interval, we should look at what we've done and say, how could we get better? What didn't we do? What couldn't we do? Where are our gaps? And fix them. When we become overconfident, we start to get blind to our weaknesses, and that leads to failures, and that leads to situations that could have been avoided but weren't. The next slide is going to talk about the Department of Navy modeling and simulation vision. And the gist of this is that M&S is going to need to do a lot of stuff, but I highlighted a couple of key words here in this vision that really drive a lot of our decisions and a lot of our investments. I think M&S must be robust and credible. We are starting more and more to use modeling and simulation to support decisions in lieu of tests and potentially in lieu of training. If this capability is not robust, if it's not repeatable, if it's not really credible and believable across the board, then we're going to be in a bad spot and not be able to use it to its full advantage. We need to accurately represent all of our platforms and systems so that we can predict the right outcomes and then provide inputs to decision makers. In a former life, I was a software developer for a lot of high performance computing codes and scientific computing capabilities. And I love writing code. Writing code is my happy place. But no matter how much I like writing code, if the tools that I'm building are not helping a decision maker get to the answer faster and more reliably and more credibly, then I'm not doing the job I need to do. It's not about writing code. It's not about building tools. It's not about building infrastructures. It's about delivering fundamental capability to the fleet. And that capability has to span acquisition, operations, and training. So when we go through this, those are the thoughts that are rolling through our head in the program, in the NMSO office. Across the Navy, there are a lot of engineering initiatives that we're looking at to change how we fight and how we do what we do. I think fundamentally, one of the things that we're getting smart about is the wildly increasing system complexity and interdependencies and interconnectedness that we're faced with across the board. This is true across the Navy. It's true across all of the joint services in all domains. We're in a situation now where we can't encapsulate and say, the things I care about in the surface on a destroyer are separate and divorced from the things I might care about in space. We have interconnectedness of communication, interconnectedness of C4ISR, of all of the capabilities that we're bringing to bear. And that system of system complexity is really difficult to get our arms around. Digital engineering has the potential to help us, but when we do this, digital engineering, in my opinion, means that we have to rethink how we do what we do, not just use tools to do what we're already doing. It's not really helpful when you take an amazing tool and just do the job you already had been doing a little bit faster or a little bit more accurately. The real value of this is to fundamentally rethink what we're doing. And so when you're talking about integrating capability and integrating system complexity, the place we want to be is to ask a question of a capability, virtually field an asset, a sensor, a subsystem, whatever, integrate that onto a virtual platform, and then fulfill that virtual mission and understand if that new performance characteristic mattered and how much it mattered and what we had to give up along the way. But do all of that ideally before we're bending metal, or maybe in parallel with the bending of the metal, so that by the time we deliver something to the fleet, it is the right thing for them to do their jobs. Another really important thing here, and a running theme across NMSO and what's in our PEs, is to fix issues of duplication and maximize collaboration and coherence. Our budget is not huge. There's a ton of modeling and simulation activity going on across the service. Our job is to get our arms around that, and what we're going to lean on you guys coming through the Naval Postgrad School and moves to help us with is understand how to align all of these activities. And the analogy I'll go to, again, from my previous life, is spaghetti code. We have, if you put a bunch of engineers or software developers in a room and have each of them write a piece of code and not really have anyone thinking about the overall architecture of a program or a capability, you end up with a lot of individual modules or individual streams that are really good, but no overarching cohesion. And then it means when you try to bring it all together at the end, it doesn't really work. You find a lot of gaps. The value of what we can do from the Secretariat perspective is look at those gaps real time and figure out how, when we spend a dollar, when we invest some sort of resource, that resource is delivering connected capability and removing as much redundancy as we can. With all of this, and we've been talking a lot about technology, I think it's very important to understand that technology only brings us so far, and that really fundamentally, the people are what makes this work. So these subject matter experts are the subject matter experts and practitioners that build the tools, supply the infrastructure, run the analyses, and then support decisions that need to be made at all levels in all chains of command. So an investment in people, to me, is just as good and often better than investments just in technology. I worked an effort many years ago where an allied ship was attacked and sunk, and we were trying to understand what happened from a forensic perspective. Myself and a group of others sat in a vault somewhere and spun up a really powerful computer and some really powerful tools and chewed on this, and were iterating and trying to figure out what could have caused the situation that we were seeing real time. And so we had a lot of a small group of people, but a lot of supercompute power at our fingertips. In parallel with that, we had a colleague in an office across from us with a spreadsheet and some ray tracing algorithms running on his desktop. We were working on 24 to 48 hour timetables. And I remember very distinctly, in the vault, we came to a conclusion. And within about 5 minutes of us coming to the conclusion and starting to write it down and put a brief together, he knocked on the door of the vault and ran in and said, aha. And he had come to the exact same conclusion that we had. So the value of a very bright and very driven subject matter expert cannot be understated. He got exactly to where we were, and he didn't need all the fancy tools and compute. He got there because he knew what he was doing and he knew what he was looking for. So I want to emphasize the importance of the people in this equation. Some of the imperatives that we're driving toward, you can see up on the slide here. But again, I think the running theme you're going to see is integration, integration, integration. We need to break down artificial boundaries wherever we can and understand how to share goodness. I know that in a lot of these communities, there's a lot of very hard work, blood, sweat, and tears that's been poured into these tools and capabilities in modeling and simulation. It's very difficult to take our ego out of it, but I think sometimes we need to. And remember that the data that we produce is not our data. It's not your command's data. At the end of the day, this is CNO's data. And if we need to do something and integrate together, the more parochial we are and the more we hold on to it tight because we don't want to lose our empire, I think the more we're ultimately just hurting ourselves. So this improving and balancing and integrating and interfacing, those are really the verbs that we want to be using to think about what we're trying to do. I heard a talk from a former SecNav at some point in the past few years. One of the comments he made was that our adversaries, when things were to go higher level, our adversaries have fundamentally a whole of nation approach to this fight. They don't see a distinction necessarily between business, between academia, between government, between military. They work as one, and they have a voice that speaks as one. We often don't. And when we don't have a whole of nation approach to something, we're only limiting ourselves. So we need to be in a spot where all of the good people in the room and all of the good work that we're doing is being done cohesively, and it's being done shared, and it's being done for something greater than the sum of the parts. The NMSO office has an investment portfolio that we fund every year. This is looking at critical capabilities across the Navy to shore up modeling and simulation capabilities and then push them further. You can see some of the areas of investment up here. The one I put on top is enterprise collaboration and engineering environments, not just because this is a big bill that we're paying, but I think more importantly, one of the things we found, and again, this goes to the lack of incentives for innovation sometimes, at a lot of warfare centers and a lot of organizations, we aren't necessarily mission or billet funded, but instead we're working capital. When you see something that's working capital, that means you're paying for everything that you're doing and you're paying for everything that you're using. What that's going to turn into is a lot of folks standing up their own version of some sort of integrated modeling environment. And they're doing it not because they don't like what else is out there necessarily, but because when they look at it, they decide that if they have to pay for this capability, if it's a pay-to-play situation, they want control over it. And so I think the need for enterprise collaboration and enterprise engineering environments fundamentally says we need to be in a situation where, just like an NMCI email that no individual necessarily is paying for, we need to be in a situation where there is a higher level resourcing effort to provide these capabilities so that they get used to the best of their needs. We're looking a lot at RED modeling and simulation enhancements, but also commonality. We've got our partners building RED threat models, and sometimes people don't know what else is getting built out there. It's not getting built exactly for the right purposes, so we end up repeating over and over again the same model building activities. So we want to bring that cohesion together and fix it. Force level blue system tech baseline. This says we want to understand on the blue side what's out there, how it behaves, and how it stitches together so that we can ask more cohesive and comprehensive questions. The other things up here you can see, we're looking a lot at LVC Federation. We're looking a lot at integrating and coupling physics-based capabilities to ask multi-domain questions in parallel. We've got this enterprise digital battlespace approach or capability, which says, let's look at all of the LVC and virtual activities that are going on, figure out what organic leave behinds exist, and then almost create a very powerful Rolodex that enables us to tap into any single one of those or a cohesive picture of a bunch of those capabilities of the organic leave behinds together, so that if we have a specific vignette we need to follow, we know what resources already exist out there that we can schedule and leverage. I guess the last slide I have before we get into a discussion is we really need to continue to improve our culture and our personnel. Again, I think people are the way we get this to where it needs to be. When I started my career after grad school, it seemed that modeling and simulation was often heavily questioned. People said a lot of stuff, but the trust and buy-in wasn't necessarily always there. I think we're in a situation now where there are folks at various levels of decision-making who are truly willing to believe and buy in on modeling and simulation. So that culture is changing. Sometimes cultural change happens at the speed of attrition, but right now that's not fast enough. So we need to figure out how to show people that modeling and simulation and the things that you guys are going to be pursuing is truly robust and credible and something that can help them do their jobs better, not something that we're just building because it's really fun. We want to emphasize discoverability. Again, there's a ton of really fantastic work that's going on across the enterprise. But especially when you go on the high side, it's really hard to see what other people have done. And so the more we can do to help connect and enable discoverability of modeling and simulation related tools, reports, findings, et cetera, I think the better we're going to put all of ourselves on stronger footing. We want to exploit innovation, so we really need to find ways to emphasize that. I think the United States, in terms of innovation, is probably leading the world. Our citizens are really good at saying, get the hell out of my yard, I know what I'm going to do, and do it different. And that's wonderful. We want to tap into that. So we need to find a way to incentivize it. We need to find a way to make people okay with and tolerant of the risk that says, I may not deliver the exact thing that you told me to deliver, but instead I'm going to deliver the thing that you need. You just didn't know that you needed it yet. And then I think fundamentally we want to accelerate and improve the outcomes in all naval mission areas. This goes to all domains across the DoD that we're going to care about. So yeah, I guess with that, I'm open for questions and discussion and anything else you guys want to get into. And if you guys are talking, I don't think I can hear you.
Transitioning.
Yeah, we're just transitioning, coming up here to kind of take over what we're
Yep,
looking
all
at.
yours.
Beautiful. So now we'll show Ivar on that screen, and let's see. So we'll go from there, and yeah, I think you guys are ready to go now.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much. When we were talking about how to do this, it seemed like it was a nice combination to have John talk about, you know, the perspective overall from the office, and then for me to be in the room to answer questions, and also to do the follow-ups and the sidebars that some of these meetings are so valuable for. So, you know, John went through the overall kind of perspective of NMSO, what it's doing, its tasking. I thought I'd take a different tact and look at some of the themes I've seen in modeling and simulation and more recently, and sort of the things that NMSO is doing and other people in the Navy are doing to address some of those themes, or to, as they participate in those themes. John just talked about the modeling and simulation trust, you know, and how people are becoming more trustworthy or more trusting of the modeling and simulation and its results. I was at a modeling and simulation and T&E workshop recently, and when I was there was a lot of talk about the commingling of T&E and modeling and simulation. So, you know, rather than modeling and simulation being used solely for design of experiments or to tailor the operational events, to be used in collaboration with those events, you know, in an iterative way, to really get the best out of both sets of environments, because increasingly we're not able to test in open environments things that we need to test. So we have to use modeling and simulation in those environments. So it's that commingling of modeling and simulation in T&E, but also model-based systems engineering in M&S. And John talked about the integrated modeling environment, you know, where there are initiatives, some of which NMSO is sponsoring, to look at how you take a CAMEO model that is the actual, you know, representation of the system that's being designed and produced, and use it within in a modeling and simulation environment, a constructive environment at this time. To do this, to run it and see what its capabilities are. So the beauty of something like that is the CAMEO model in the MBSE environment is it comes with of some degree, or actually a high degree of validation, because it's the actual design of the system. So then when you go to use it in the simulation, you have to add behaviors, you have to add actions, things like that. But once you've done that, if it's true to techniques and procedures and that sort of thing, you get the sort of the best of both worlds. And so that's one of the trends we're seeing, is this trying, you know, this combination, this iteration, this collaboration of these tools and techniques. I would be remiss, I think, if I didn't point out a downside to some of it also, though. Digital engineering certainly is a process, opens the lens, but I think it's important that we continue to have distinctions within our communities. So unfortunately, I think one of the things that has happened for the Department of Defense is they've looked at digital engineering and conflated it with M&S and said that those two are the same thing. And that's, I don't think that's helpful to really the best application of modeling and simulation. There is an overlap. There are ways that models and simulations support digital engineering, but there's an awful lot of ways that modeling and simulation are used that aren't in the acquisition kind of pipeline or within the acquisition lifecycle in the digital engineering sense, you know, training, for instance, that sort of thing. So I think we benefit from the collaboration, from the recursion, but we also benefit from making some of those distinctions. You know, some of the tools, technologies, things that you need to learn in the M&S space are different than those that you learn in the systems engineering space. Part of that, another trend that we're seeing is the flattening of the systems engineering B. You know, instead of this very waterfall type of approach, again, a much more integrated environment. So on the modeling and simulation side, the implications really manifest themselves in the sense of how you do modeling simulation development with Agile, how you do DevSecOps with simulation systems, how you do VB&A. You know, if you're gonna quickly iterate systems and simulations, how do you keep that VB&A credibility and trustworthiness up to date? You know, you can't redo it every time. So how do you take just the deltas that you've released and validate those and keep the credibility from the underlying fundamental system? So again, as we start to incorporate these things in a more agile way, we're going to get more of that capability, more of the mission statement that John showed in terms of using modeling and simulation to predict, using it to support decision making. Well, to do that, it has to be current. It has to be cognizant of the things that are going on in the real world in real time. And to do that, you stretch the modeling and simulation capabilities and the kinds of things you need to do verification and validation. Another area that we are working on, and it's been a problem, a traditional problem in modeling and simulation, is the fair fight kind of issue. You know, how do you make sure that you have the fidelity you need in order to meet the objectives of the modeling and simulations application? So, for instance, we have in the community train people who use MNS for training and people who use MNS for test and evaluation. And we have an initiative underway called the Surface Warfare Engineering Facility LVC initiative that really looks to increase the representation fidelity of some of the combat systems, both because it improves their understanding of their capabilities, but also because when you use simulations to train on those systems, you train in a much more accurate way. You don't have negative training. So this is the case where the NRNDE community and the T&E community, which have been quite distinct in the modeling and simulation space, are coming together to mutual benefit. And that's part of that integration that John talked about. And I think that's part of what Vice Admiral Rondow was talking about in the terms of connectedness. You know, that it's that kind of connectivity that can help us. Now, the folks in the training community and N7 who use NCTE are quick to caution that, you know, we have training objectives, and to the degree that you have experimentation interests or excursions, you know, those can be supported, but on a not to interfere basis with the training objectives that need to be accomplished. So you always, you know, need to be cognizant of the key mission that you're supporting. There are some gaps and limitations in terms of modeling and simulation systems that we have now. Electronic warfare, especially in electronic attack kinds of capabilities. If you read DOT&E's annual report, the FY22 report, it's very interesting. It references modeling and simulation a number of times and talks about limitations, strengths, and applications, and the need for us to get better in that space, as was mentioned earlier. Another one, so CAMRE in their latest modeling and simulation and operational test instruction talks about suitability and effectiveness, which have been two traditional CAMRE areas, but they've added cyber resiliency as a third area. And at the modeling and simulation and T&E workshop, they were saying it's very hard to test cyber resiliency of a system without breaking the system. You know, so how do you do that? You know, how do you virtualize that system and then attack it with, you know, in a simulation kind of environment to allow you to understand how resilient it really is? So it's a new mission area for them. They're figuring out how to do that. Captain retired Bayrot is our modeling and simulation director. He's an ex-nuke submariner, very capable, but very interested in new ideas about how to do that. And since this is, you know, part of the mission here at NUPS is research and development, that's an interesting area that you might want to consider. Another is we've worked for a while to better understand how explosives interact. So and so that you understand the fragmentation profiles of weapons and how they impact incoming weapons. So in a stream rate kind of thing. And so we've made some good progress in that. There are some areas that need continued development, And one of them is, when you have simultaneous impacts, what's the collateral or the cross munition effect? I think we've talked a fair number of times here about ontologies and the need for common definitions and that sort of thing. There are, as part of DoD's combining of digital engineering and modeling and simulation, they're stepping back from some of the things they have done in the past. The recommended practices guide for DB&A, for instance, the modeling and simulation enterprise catalog, but also the DoD M&S glossary. It was under revision about 3 years ago, and they have decided not to pursue that. So the services has decided to take up the challenge. We need a consistent set of definitions to work from. Otherwise, we spend way too much time talking about how to define some of these things when we should be talking about how to advance them. I was in a meeting fairly recently where a virtual simulation and a virtualized system were confused. And it just set the meeting off the rails. We spent probably 2 hours talking about, the pros and cons of what was in each, where if you, use the DoD glossary or a standard definition of a virtual simulation, it is a real person in a virtualized system, or in a virtual representation of virtual simulation of a simulator. Very different than a virtualized system when you implement something in software that lives in hardware. So again, we're working that problem. It's a problem I think that hopefully will help us all. One of the things also with DoD stepping back from some of these things, we've started a service directors modeling and simulation forum, where the service directors from each of the offices meet on a monthly basis and talk about things that are of mutual concern. Colonel Nolan from the Army, Arlise Ailman from the Air Force, John Stergiou from the Navy, John Lawson from the Marine Corps. And then we also have the branch head of modeling and simulation out of the Coast Guard, and talk about things that matter to us all. For instance, when you talk about some of these portals, the Navy has a thing called LIFT, which is a portal that originally was developed in the modeling and simulation community. It's been more widely adopted with the demise of DI2E. That was one of the places that people ran for their SharePoint sites. So it's taken on a broader mission than it originally envisioned. But for instance, both the Navy and the Air Force are funding part functionality within that environment. So to the degree that we work together for that, and the natural language processing that they're adding to the CERT capability, for instance, the better off we all are. Another area, of course, we've talked about artificial intelligence and this increasing use across a number of communities. Modeling and simulation is no different. And one of the areas that's sort of unique to modeling and simulation is this idea of trustworthiness or credibility. This is verification and validation. And another research area that could be quite interesting to investigate is, how do you verify and validate a system that is inherently adaptive and inherently learns? Part of credibility and trustworthiness is reproducibility, right? Repeatability. I give it the same random number seed, it does the same thing over and over again. Well, in the AI system, that's not going to happen. So, and there's great advantages to that, but there's also challenges in terms of being sure that we understand what it's doing, and what it's doing is giving us insights that are correct and not aberrations. What else? John did mention the blue system take baseline work. Again, an effort to look at getting information more readily available as input data to these simulation models and simulation systems. Program offices are often reluctant to share data. A lot of times these are developmental systems. They don't want other people judging their system based on the data that they provide. It's a perfectly reasonable concern. It has haunted a number of folks in that community over the years. And so how do you put in the business rules? So you say, okay, Mr. Program Office, Ms. Program Office, you have this kind of data that you're going to provide because it will benefit the enterprise. But here are the things that we're going to put in place to be sure that that is used to best effect. You're going to be notified when it's downloaded. The results are going to be when the approximate date of the results are going to be provided, so you can check back and see how things are going. Those results are going to be given to you prior to their general release. For sort of like what GAO does when they do an audit. Well, the service is going to read it ahead and comment on it. So those kinds of procedures and mechanisms, and we can do some of that within these environments. We can put those rules in there, which is helpful. We talked about the representation of warfighting LVC maneuver. Both in the LVC environment and in the testbed environment, they're looking increasingly at problems like long-range fire support, but they're looking at how do systems work together, and what are the rough spots, what are the rough edges between those systems, whether it be communication, C4ISR kinds of issues, or time on target kinds of issues. There's a lot at stake, and a lot that is needed to coordinate across a very diverse set of capabilities within a relatively saturated AOR to make everything turn out well. In the testbed community, they have testbeds that include hardware and software in the loop. So in some cases, they can find errors or issues in code and implementation before it's deployed. And that was the dream back in the distributed engineering plant days, in the early 2000s, I guess, and the subsequent iterations. And part of the reason is that there are real systems and virtualized systems at the warfare centers to do some of that testing. But now in the modeling and simulation environment, the testbed environment, they're finding some of those issues out earlier, which is good, able to move left.
I was going to mention,
yes,
in terms of testing, right? One of the things I want to emphasize, right? So my career has been solely and squarely focused on modeling and simulation, virtual testing, building out virtual test ranges through physics-based modeling to mitigate the need for as much physical T&E as we have historically done. A tasker I worked when I got my ST was a question came up from higher levels that said, when can we start to divest ourselves of some of our test facilities and potentially test ranges? And did a study, and basically the bottom line of the study was, you stop testing when you stop asking new questions. So I'm assuming most of the people in this room are very interested in and love modeling and simulation and computational stuff and blah, blah, blah. Me too. But I want to keep the bug in everyone's ear because we're talking about testing. There will always be things that Mother Nature throws at us that we cannot anticipate. There's just too many variables out there. So we can use modeling and simulation to make our tests more high yield and to focus on what we really need to test. But my opinion is we stop testing when we stop doing new things. And so I don't think we're going to be doing that anytime soon. Over.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Well taken. I wanted to follow up what Admiral Rondow mentioned yesterday, the GEMS efforts that the Defense Science Board did. It was about a year ago that the HASC tasked OSD R&E to update that task and go through and say, where were the services and where did they stand in many of those areas? So all the services looked at their digital engineering, their modeling, simulation, and gaming, their modeling and model-based systems engineering activities with a view for what are the projects, and then they were also interested in what the funding profiles were. So NMSO has a senior research assistant, and she looked through the RDocs, the RDT&E budget for the Navy for FY23, and looked for projects that were specifically designated as M&S or that mentioned M&S. and came up with about $375 million of projects that are focused on modeling and simulation across the Navy. A lot of those, as you probably are well aware, are things like the simulators that support large weapons acquisition programs. A lot of money is spent in those areas. But one of the things that we'll be working to do is walk down that list back with this interconnectedness piece. You know, NMSO's 8 individuals, but we can do that kind of activity methodically, you know, at a pace and work our way through, I think. So that was one area that I thought was an interesting result of the relook at that GEM study. I did think it was sort of unfortunate, though, that the DoD's perspective was to answer the mail and nothing, and to do just that, answer the mail. It could have been an opportunity. The DoD Modeling and Simulation Office was born in the 90s from a HASC tasker that said the services were duplicating and not reusing modeling and simulation across the DoD. And so they put $70 million into that first office to help to address that problem. And now the budget for the DoD M&S office is probably $1 million or something like that. It's almost vanishing into the ether. And I thought that was, you know, again, an opportunity. A part of this collective story, I think we can tell that modeling and simulation has some significant advantages. It has return on investments that are positive. It is cost effective and can save money, although it is not inexpensive to develop, which is part of where it was oversold in the 90s, I believe. So that I think that was an opportunity missed that I hope our community can make better, take advantage of in the future. It's those sorts of opportunities. I mentioned the Joint Simulation Environment, which is the representation of the F-35. It is getting a lot of very positive attention right now. I was very surprised at ITSIC this year. Vice Admiral Weitzel, who's the Naval Air Forces commander of the 3-star, said that the Joint Simulation Environment provided better training capabilities that bring the platform out in the range. That I was in Fallon in the 2000s, you know, getting thrown out of the room as a modeling and simulation person because I was, you know, threatening flight hours. You know, so that's again back to John's point about people are trusting it more, and we're having to rely on it more. I mean, F-35's weapons exceed any of the range limitations on our ranges. You can't, you know, emit the waveforms that you need. So again, it's a very, very useful success story. It's going to, and on the R&D side, it's going to take some interesting engineering to try to scale that. The fidelity requirements in that environment are going to make distributing it very difficult, even given the speed of light, because of those fidelity requirements. This week is ModSim in Virginia Beach, and the keynote speaker there, one of the things that he emphasized was the need for multi-service 5th gen platform training. You know, we train on the platform, we train as a service, we're going to fight the joint fight, right? And then 5th gen kind of capabilities, fighting that fight and having that integrated, you know, all domains kind of perspective is going to be very, very important and very something that we need to train before we actually need to execute. So I think that's about it's the highlights of the sort of the topics I wanted to cover. We have about 10 minutes left for question and answer. So
yeah, and we have one from one of our Zoom participants. Josh, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
Yeah, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. So this is Josh Benshaw from Naval Education and Training Command, Headquarters, Pensacola, Florida. Specifically, I work in FD R&D. And my question is, are there efforts right now happening to better align the TICOMs with the vision like the Air Boss had, in specifically the LVC environment, bringing it to the forefront of training, or more, or better aligning it with our training capabilities. And the reason I ask that, I'm sure everybody in this room is excited and wants modeling digital twins, LVC, to be out there working. I know the Air Boss, I was there at ITSIC. I heard that same speech at ITSIC as well as at West 2023. Same discussion. I want LVC from the Air Boss, from the Crypto Boss, from the Intel Boss. You know, those capabilities, we won't get, you know, too far into that. Those capabilities can't be tested and used outside of those environments. But the folks that are making those decisions in the TICOM and enforcing the training production at N7 and NETC and the curriculum, I don't think are aligned with that vision. I know that's a lot, so over to you, sir.
I will say, I understand the point you're making. I will say that when it comes to Fleet Forces Command, they were, I thought, very rigorous in the way they envisioned LVC implementation. They had an LVC requirements document. They had a concept of operations document. They had a concept of employment document, and then they signed out a memo designating an executive agent for LVC. So I thought that was one thread that I thought worked very nicely. But I will admit that it was one thread, and that there are many other threads that need to be woven together in that cable to make that case. And at ITSIC, for instance, you walk the convention floor, you attend the papers, and you see sort of what John was talking about, which is these silos of excellence and the need for that those threads to come together, both along one thread but also amongst them. So there's definitely work to be done. I'm hopeful that as MNS, the trust in MNS continues to increase, and as things start to change to adapt to the new environment. We mentioned the point about the importance of people. I'm encouraged that some of the changes here at Naval Postgraduate School in terms of weaving in distributed learning and some of those kinds of other modalities, I think those will be very helpful. I think that's been one of the challenges on the Navy side, for instance, in terms of its participation, is that 2 years of unobserved, is very detrimental. So I'm hopeful that some of those changes can work to address some of the issues that we have and improve the situation in terms of especially the Navy uniform personnel.
So I was going to add to that, and Josh, I just shot you an email. This is good. This is, I think, one of the things that NMSO can help with and do well is connect people where seams exist and try to blend in the seams so that they go away. There is a LVC NIF effort, so this is being watched at fairly high levels, and we were in a brief with a whole bunch of stars and flags and SESs and whatever, and they were talking about specific vignettes and examples of LVC. The need for it was fairly obvious, and the endorsement of its value was there. And so I think maybe we can circle back and try to figure out where the gaps are and if we can help you guys fix them.
Yeah, well, thank you, gentlemen, both for your answers. I won't take up any more time. I'll allow the rest of the audience to participate. I'll grab that email and then respond to you. Maybe we can continue a discussion offline. Again, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess just to sort of pile on to that theme, I mean, as was mentioned recently, JLVC has the chairman has reemphasized the importance of that capability and its ability to train the combatant commanders. As I understand it, there's a $576 million effort being initiated over the FIT-up to increase and improve that capability. There's also a next generation MNS capability being, I guess the requirements are being defined and sort of the initial approach is being articulated for the NATO next gen effort. So that may in some ways, I gather, collaborate with the JLDC effort as well. That's a requirement session that I believe they have a working session today going on in Monson. Other questions?
Yeah, Penny Lester from NPS. I'll date myself here quite a bit. Coming back 30 years ago in the Air Force, when we were standing up, an air staff level modeling and simulation office. And one of the key things that we were concentrating on is identifying centers of gravity. And so you've mentioned several initiatives today, again, Mr. Stergiou, or emphasis areas. Have you identified kind of lead organizations, and then is there some integrating function where you have capabilities or investments or pursuits that may cut across areas? There's some mechanism that brings those together. Right?
Ivar, could you repeat the question? So I'm not sure the mic pictured up real well.
So the question was, is there a Navy organization or entity that provides that integrating function across the various equities within the Navy community, if I understood the question correctly? So the Navy Modeling and Simulation Office over the last few years has changed has changed where it resides and its reporting structure. That has taken some time to settle out. But in the instruction 5200.46 that defines Department of Navy MNS and VV&A management, there's a section in there about that speaks to establishing a senior advisory group. It would be a 3-star level, SES level group that would provide that kind of cross-service equities. In the past, there has been a governance board that focused on the 3 communities. There was a leadership council that had about 50 people as regular attendees. So there have been constructs, and those are listed in that GEMS report. The Navy's organizational structure a few years ago was used as the example in the appendix. So, but the current, I think, thinking is that senior advisory group would give us that cross-community, cross-equity kind of perspective. I think it's very important because one of the things that's a real challenge for an enterprise office of any kind, but especially in I would say, especially in MNS, is how many different ways MNS is used. I mean, John's background in computational fluid dynamics, the director of NMSO has a background in molecular representation of explosives in simulations. I mean, we deal with the training side. There's the analysis side. We've heard a fair amount about the wargaming side. There's the logistics, the FedEx side. There's just, I put together a map one time of all the logistics models from inside CONUS to inside theater, and which models represented which pieces. I mean, so a long story to say, I think we need that because otherwise you tend to sort of follow a particular path. And I think that diversity is part of what the enterprise office brings to bear. I'll also comment that when DoD's Modeling and Simulation Office was in full swing about maybe 7 years ago, they had what were called surfboards, 7 surfboards. And the surfboards were just a reflection of people who wanted a seat at the table. But I think the problem that they ran into was you can do pairwise or triplets in terms of standards, for instance. But if you try to, you're not going to try. If you try to reach to match to cross all 7 surfboards, you'll go down in flames. It's just not going to work. So you have to look for commonality. That, I guess, the point we're making is the areas of emphasis. I'll also comment that we have over the years, and the research assistant at NMSO has worked on we called it mega org chart. It was an org chart that tried to list everyone in the Navy that used modeling and simulation. So it has the systems commands, it has the warfare centers, it has, you know, the war college. We have tried to keep it up to date. It's been a real challenge, but we do try to do that because, again, to have that enterprise perspective. Other questions?
I think we're about out of time, but related to that is just how the interconnectedness, you talked about that, and the artificial boundaries that John talked about. That, from my perspective, it seems like policy is usually what is more difficult to overcome than some of the technical challenges. I'm just wondering from NMSO's perspective, how you address any way to, again, going across entities, what we can do to address policy.
Well, so 5200.46 is up for revision in the next 13 months. So we are going to be re-looking at that. In that, it does have identified communities that are directed to coordinate within those communities. I think the thing, and one of the issues, or one of the challenges, and we developed an outreach and engagement plan. Because one of the challenges is back to the diversity in organization and type is reaching out to folks to be sure, one, they know what policy is, and then that you will be revisiting to see how they're, you know, whether you'll be revisiting them on a regular basis to see how that interconnections are being made and being maintained. NMSO, I should say, both of the naval service offices have in their mission statement the requirement to conduct technical exchange meetings and those sorts of activities. And we have done two, one on force level MNS and one on LVC. We will continue to do those, and those were, when the LVC one in particular was a chance for the training and the RDT&E communities to talk together. It was quite effective at doing that. It resulted in some of the projects we're doing, but it's something you cannot, you have to maintain the pace and the engagement. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that is all the time we have. John, thank you very much for participating today. We really appreciate it. Ivar, thanks for being out here. And I think if anybody does have any other questions, we've got a good break after this for half an hour. Ivar will probably be able to take questions there if you want to come down and ask him personally. But John, Ivar, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I said, we do have a half-hour break now, so please, do those great mini conferences that are so important for meeting people here. The next talk will be the alumni brief, which is always a highlight. We've got 3 alumni coming down who are going to be briefing kind of what they've done over their careers and what they think about moves and modeling and simulation. We've got quite a bit of different experience here. So looking forward to that. And we will start up again at 10:30 Pacific time. Thank you. An alumni panel, it's always a lot of fun. It's kind of the best part of having the open house every year is we get a lot of our alumni who come back and see us, which is kind of amazing considering how much they bitch about us when they're here. But I guess we're one of those places that's better to be from than at. But we're lucky to have 3 of them up here on the panel, many more of them in the audience. And even though we've asked these 2 to be on the panel, the other ones who are in the audience, please, we want to hear your opinions too. So we've got a good range right now. First, closest to me is Colonel Chris McClernon, who is now Colonel Chris McClernon, retired from the United States Air Force.
Sounds really good.
Yeah, and now of the NPS OR department. So he just got hired. He's going to stay in Colorado Springs for a while and live there, but he's going to be working there with Nita Shattuck and her group primarily. So it's great to have Chris back. Last year we kind of ran like around the horn. And Chris won, so he's the only one who's invited back from last year's group of 4. We've got Colonel Mike Stinchfield from the Army War College. You heard him talk yesterday. I think people really liked his talk and a lot of things he said about it, what's going on there. And we also have Lieutenant Colonel Jessie Attig, who is one of the few Marines who has gone back for a second payback tour in the M&S world. And I think you're on tap for a 3rd. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay in front of palms.
Okay.
But I was supposed to go to
Yeah.
Quantico this summer.
Yeah, you were supposed to move to Quantico, that's there, so you're staying 29 Palms permanently, or are you moving to Quantico eventually?
Potentially, we'll see what happens.
Potentially, okay. Like always, Semper Gundy. So, figure what's going on there. So we have these three officers here. I'm gonna ask as moderator, I might ask some questions. Obviously, there's gonna be a lot of questions from the students, current students out there, from other grads, from other people in the audience. Please don't hesitate to ask questions of them. I'd like to start out by having them each give maybe 5 to 10 minutes, probably like the 5-minute description of kind of what they've done since they graduated from moves, talk about that and where they've been. And then once we can complete that, we'll start with some questions from the audience. So Chris, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. Thanks again for the invite. I really appreciate it. It's really special to be back this year as a Navy civilian. So I swore in on Monday, which was a pretty amazing experience. And all of my Air Force friends are giving me crap for it now. So I am now in the Navy. So I had a really great experience here in moves and at the Naval Postgraduate School. I started my career doing aircraft testing, and my background's in human factors. I'm a scientist engineer. My degrees are from the Air Force Academy, North Carolina State, and then a PhD here from moves, which was an amazing experience, very interdisciplinary. I spent a lot of time in OR, a lot of time in moves. Everyone was so incredibly supportive of that. A lot of my committee and advisors and teachers are still in the room here today. And then, so I left there and I really gained an appreciation for research. And I did a pretty large research study here involving borrowing aircraft from the Air Force and flying them around Monterey and testing people and preparing people for stressful situations is what we were doing. The IRB was surprisingly supportive of this, and but it was fun. No one got hurt, and went on. And like I said, I just love doing research. So I went to Air Force Research Laboratory, where I started out as a bench level researcher. By the time I left there, sprinkled in a couple of deployments, and then I finished there as the exec to the AFRL commander, the 2-star commander. So then I start to see some of the research strategy from that perspective, which just really got me excited as well. Back to the academy for a faculty tour. I thought I was going to retire as an 05 then, and then they asked me to go to London to manage an Air Force research portfolio alongside ONR, and I think it's ARL that's there. And then we have some Canadian forces there as well. So if you're not familiar with that world, they give you figuratively a bag of cash at the beginning of your assignment each year, and they say, go around Europe, create your own TDYs, visit labs, visit campuses, spend this money on grants, and come back and tell us what you did and what they did with it. So
That's a hard life.
it's not much of an exaggeration. It was really an amazing experience. I wore this for the time there, and then have made connections across the globe because of it. So came back and then did a staff job at the Air Force Academy, but I finished my career, again, this trajectory on kind of leadership of S&T, and I finished my career as the Dean of Research at the Air Force Academy. So we have a $40 million research program there. My office in the Office of Research was responsible for managing that, receiving funds, executing funds, purchasing things, grants, hires. It was intense. But again, saw the value of that, made a lot of connections. And then when it came time for me to look at what's next, it was a real logical choice because of my experience here to come back and work in OR. But as we were discussing last night, the relationship between OR and moves and all of the departments on campus, they tend to go in cycles. And I think it's really personnel driven. And so I'm just super excited, given my background in moves, to now enter an OR position where I can start to rekindle some of those relationships and partnerships. We kicked around ideas last night on how to make that happen. So I wanted to really just steal some time today to make a public service address that if you want to work with OR, if you want to do human factors in your research here, if you need committee members, if you want guest lectures, I am in Colorado, but I'm happy to dial in virtually at any time. And I'm really looking forward to that part of this job in OR, working with moves. So thanks for having me. And I don't know how many of your questions I can answer, but I'll do my best. But thanks. Nice to meet a lot of you.
Thanks, Chris. Mike?
Yeah, so when I came to Naval Postgrad, I had been an infantryman for close to 10 years. I literally flew from Baghdad to Nuremberg, Germany, out processed my unit and flew to Naval Postgrad and started the refresher quarter not too far separated from combat operations. So it was an interesting transition. That was my first exposure to simulation. I had a fellow Army student here. I think that's valuable. It's unfortunate we only have one. I think it's valuable to have two. Colonel Jason Caldwell, who just retired. He was at the Aviation Center leading that department in Rucker. But we had a great time here. We actually did a partnered thesis on change detection, because it's something I saw in combat a lot in terms of being able to have train soldiers to identify change in their environment. That was one of the best mitigators for attacks, either by ID or ambush or other things. And so I was highly interested in how virtual simulation could actually train somebody with some type of regimen to get them to be better at attention and better at change detection. So that's what I did here. After I left here, I attended Command and General Staff College. And then my first 57, my simulation operations assignment was up at Joint Base Lewis McChord near Seattle. And I worked initially at the Mission Training Complex there, which was what the Army calls their simulation centers. It's one of the unique simulation centers in the Army for various reasons, but one that's known along with Fort Hood's MTC for a lot of innovation. So it was a great place to work and start applying some of what I learned here at MOVES practically initially with small unit training. So company and below is where my initial focus was. Within that time, we started the Stryker platform. The units that are equipped with that platform didn't really have a virtual simulation system other than VBS3 running off laptops. And so one of the things they allowed me to innovate on, a little bit of money, was to start to create a Stryker virtual trainer, because they just didn't have money within what we have as a close combat tactical trainer in the CCTT program. And so how could we do that and really with plywood, we started some efforts there at JBLM to build that. And then I transitioned to brigade level training and even up to directly supporting First Corps for exercises like Talisman Sabre, UFG, these other Pacific exercises. So I got a real good look in my time there, working all the way from that small unit to large unit training and how simulation is used at each echelon. Really valuable first assignment as a 57. And many of us that have come out of MOVES either came to MOVES after that JBLM assignment or went there and did very well because of it. After I left JBLM, I went to Fort Leavenworth and I walked in and General Brown said, "Hey, I need you to head up this Combined Arms Center training innovation facility we're standing up." I said, "What is it?" He goes, "I don't know, you need to make it." So I kind of made up my mission of what I thought could support based on his guidance and intent. And it was really to look at commercial technologies, stuff like, again, I took what I'd learned here at MOVES, what's out there in the commercial world that could potentially help. And then I called back to the Stryker efforts I'd done at JBLM. It just was serendipitous that General Brown was very concerned about getting a virtual trainer for Strykers finally done and out there, no money for it. And so a small team that we led the development of a Stryker virtual collector trainer, which was eventually fielded for less than $10 million, which is significantly less than the CCTT for the M1 or the Bradley, and got it out there in the force. It's not perfect, but built on a lot of stuff I learned here, using commercial technology, using bending metal. We actually had the prisoners out at Fort Leavenworth, I'm not kidding, build prototypes, at least the structures. That got confused at an AUSA conference one time when I was demoing it to General Perkins, who was the trade out commander at the time, came up to me and said, "Hey, Mike, so you had prisoners build this thing?" And because a news story had come out in Army Times that they had actually programmed it as well and done all the background work. He's like, "That's really innovative." I said, "No, sir, they just bent the metal." But yeah, it's pretty funny. So from there, I went to a totally different job. I went down to San Antonio, Texas. I worked with Army North, which is a Army component in NORAD Northcom. And I got a whole new view on different types of problem sets with simulation. So now it wasn't any of that company level to core level. Now it was an ASCC, an Army Service Component Command, and it was DSCA, Defense Support Civil Authorities. I worked a lot of actual real world hurricane response, but I also did a lot of exercises in terms of response, working with FEMA, working with others, using a simulation called the Emergency Disaster Management Sim, which Northcom contracts for that purpose. And then I also was working with NORAD heavily and SMDC in terms of the missile defense of the homeland and the homeland defense piece. So I got a whole new view there, which was really a fantastic job to have. From there, I was selected to come up and be the capability manager for virtual simulations back at Leavenworth, the organization I had worked in before. Now I was leading it, and a lot of change had happened. I won't go into details because I'll go over my 5 minutes, but suffice it to say, with the development of AFC, the role of TRADOC capability managers vastly changed. I would argue Chatham House rules not for the better, at least so far. Hopefully it will get better, but capability development is an interesting state right now in the Army because of it. So I did that. Coming out of that job, I was selected to go as a student to the Army War College. I went to the Army War College last year, graduated, and then I picked up a job locally at the Center for Strategic Leadership that I discussed yesterday. I'm currently the Chief of Wargaming Operations within the Center for Strategic Leadership. I really have, in my portfolio, I have quite a few programs. My main programs, one I discussed yesterday, which is the Joint Land Air Sea Strategic Exercise, in which we bring in a bunch of students across war colleges, both domestically and internationally, and we participate in a large exercise. It is a, like I said, largely manually driven thing, takes a lot of work to put together. I'd like to see more simulation involvement in that, and that's one of my goals, is to get simulation more involved in that process, to limit the amount of human adjudication that has to take place within that. And then the other is this negotiation exercise. In fact, I was just here in March up at Middlebury, just up the street here, doing a negotiation exercise with those grad students. We go to University of Washington, NYU, Carnegie Mellon, a lot of distinguished graduate schools across the country, and run a negotiation exercise. Again, to my comments yesterday, with a very simple tool that we run that and get a phenomenal exercise to the point where most grad students give feedback to their instructors after the same as the best thing they ever did in their grad school, which I think is a credit to the Army War College, but also to the credit of how a simple tool with the right exercise design can actually be a beneficial activity. So that's been my career since moves, constantly applying, whether it was in capability development, the stuff I learned here in systems engineering, or what I learned with human factors with Dr. Sadagic, or Where is Dawn, like some of the disruptive technology stuff he taught us. Like it just always, I always come back and think about these things. I worked a lot in the VR space, so Dr. Sadagic, you know, things she taught me, I've carried with. So you will absolutely take what you learn here and continue to put it in the context of what you're doing in your job, I think, across the spectrum, no matter what service you're in. So that's my piece.
Thanks, that was great. Jessie?
Thanks, Barry. Okay, so Jessie Attig, I started out East Coast Cobra pilot. I had been in the squadron about 5 years for my first tour, and I was kind of the first round of victims, so to speak, when CCLEV came out, which, for those who don't know, the CAMRE Career Level Education Board, and that was a shift to where it was a sort of, everybody is screened, much like it is now, but that was a kind of a voluntold. So it was either come to NPS or resign your commission, and so I gladly came to NPS. But I, you know, kind of reluctantly, you know, found out, and you're, you know, sitting in a calc refresher class, like, man, I thought we put this behind us. And I did have a mechanical engineering undergrad, so it wasn't completely foreign, but I still had the same level of hate towards some of it. So, but anyways, I finally got on board with it, and I enjoyed a lot of aspects of moves. Didn't completely understand how I would be applying it in my next job. Like any other good deed in the Marine Corps, I found out right after that, leaving here, that I'd go down to 29 palms for my utilization. So thought that was probably you know, about as bad as it could get. Ended up loving it there. But that job specifically at MAGTF Training Command, everything from the highest level of echelon, a MEF level exercise, all the way down to training individual Marines with live force on force training systems to constructive simulation at the MEF level, virtual dome style trainers. It had all kinds of stuff inside of that sphere of influence. That was really good. I stayed pretty, you know, kind of leaning forward on what we could do. I had a very supportive command. The commanding general was very interested in getting better with that. So that helped a lot. And then afterwards, you know, again, Marine Corps, as you may not know, it's unlike the FA-57s, that's not really an established career path. So I spent 5 years out of the cockpit, but I still had to get back, refresh, learn a new aircraft, and go back and hit my career milestone. So I did a department head tour as a maintenance officer there. And so I kind of had done everything from the aviation safety officer to ops to maintenance. I had a really good kind of understanding of that, but again, chose to come back. And they had asked me to come back to MAGTFTC for a second go, which I was happy to do. It's been a good ride. We've done even more stuff, integrating simulation and LVC concepts into how we support service level training. And this go around, I've also had a lot more involvement at the enterprise level, working with training and education command to try to help bring some of that capability across the enterprise and be able to provide feedback from everything from generating requirements documents to working with the acquisition side of the house, future S&T, and then leveraging some of my contacts. I did a DARPA fellowship when I was at MAGTFTC the first time. So just kind of being able to have a lot of different inputs from different areas and leaning on some of the connections from moves, whether it be from the other services or other students and thesis research like that. So very grateful that, you know, like I said, I was kind of unwilling, or I shouldn't say unwilling. I was not excited about this coming here. And now, I mean, I think you said it yesterday, a life-changing experience. So it absolutely was. Never thought, did not join the Marine Corps to come here, but I'm glad that it worked out the way it did. Thanks.
Excellent. Okay, that's really great. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see the, you know, the breadth of experience that these three officers have had since leaving NPS, all the different things that they've done. I'll start out with a question, and I wish I had primed you with this before, but was there anything that you learned here that while you were learning it, you said to yourself, I have absolutely no idea why I'm going to use this. Then when you got out in your job, you actually started, you looked at it and said, wow, I'm really glad that I learned that.
I can think of two things. The acquisitions class had no understanding. Like, I'm not sure why we're doing this. Like, this seems totally out in left field, and ended up really surprised at how often stuff came up that was related to that, specifically working with program manager training systems, as well as training and education command from the requirements piece, because you're sitting there at the end user level, like, I just need this thing, right? And it's not that easy, right? And so understanding the JSON's process, understanding what's the right mechanism to be able to get that, you know what you, or you think you know what the user community needs, but that's not good enough. You need to go through the process. So understanding how convoluted that process is, it was helpful. And then on a more practical standpoint, my first go around, I had a lot of hands-on kind of stuff with tying in different systems, and Don McGregor's interoperability class was huge. And I think that's similar to what Chris is kind of, I think that LVC type of class, just to understand how, I think it provides a kind of a so what for all these other problems that you're talking about, whether it's train correlation, verified combat adjudication, whatever it is. It's just understanding. It's not as easy as just smashing them together and hoping it works. There's a lot of problems. Some of them you can kind of overcome through human input, exercise control, or exercise design. But if you don't understand conceptually what's going on, I think that was a really good use.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Jessie, when he was down, I think his first tour at 29 pounds, and I think he's doing it again his second tour, did a great deal of work with ONRs, HPT&E people. You worked on the fight program,
Yep.
several other things like that. And actually, you know, you were building some of the stuff
Yes.
that ended up getting shown at some of the HPT&E technology days out of Quantico, Virginia. So that is, quite a great thing that you did there.
Yeah, specifically with the fight work integrated training environment, it was to address some of the problems that we were having with Marine specific kind of simulations to deal with. We wanted something that would not just translate the Tron, so to speak. we knew about JBus and some other things that we could use, but we also, the mapping and enumeration problems as we started bringing other systems in, especially a lot of marine systems were on completely different baselines as far as what 3D models they had, enumeration tables and all that kind of stuff. So finding an efficient way to get through that, but understanding that, going back to that, conceptually understanding what needs to happen and then communicating that to ONR and working with them, and right where it was just fielded with this LVCTE release just now last night. So pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great. Chris, Mike, anything that kind of falls into I didn't know why I was learning, so I'm sure glad I did.
I mean, countless examples. I think the interesting thing here is you'll never, you just have enough to be dangerous, but you also have enough to advise. And I think that's an important thing because you are strategic advisors in many ways coming out of here. Certainly at my level, I'm a strategic advisor. You're, let's call them operational advisors. And I think, cite a few, the artificial intelligence is one area where I have enough to actually build on some knowledge that I've been able to read and proceed with to be able to answer senior leader questions. But a big part of being a 57 is to translate that into their speak, and so they understand it. And I think without the foundations I got here in AI, I would not be able to express that successfully to them. I think with systems engineering, which I know Chris told me that we still have an intro to systems engineering course. When I went through, we took the whole gamut certificate program as Army officers. That's been terrific. When I was doing capability management or when I'm working with a stakeholder, even in wargaming, understanding that process of requirements and how do you build on requirements to produce the right product with various stakeholders. I would say discrete event simulation of all things, which I hated going through and programming for, but understanding that, and as Major Mahan, works through this thing, I'm starting to see when it comes to competitive deployment and moving stuff out of this country and all the processes that happen and going through different process facilities. Well, geez, there's an application for that. I think about that, and then I apologize for so many, but just to show you how much you will learn here in varied areas. And I would say the last one was really, and I can't remember if he's still here and I can't remember his name, but we did a lot of work on user interface, user experience.
Like McCall?
Yeah. No, well, Mike, yeah, but the other gentleman, Gibrelli, is he still here?
No, Tony Black.
Okay. And Tony, in those courses, as I was designing that simulator I told you about and thinking through those things, like what are the proper UI UX design principles that will make this work for soldiers as we went into operational testing and stuff. That was valuable. So that's like 4 too many, I know, but the 10 that are in my mind right now of stuff I learned here and was able to apply that I didn't think when I was doing it.
Yeah, and I'll actually piggyback right on top of that with the things that you can go to a computer science department at some really high caliber schools across the country. It's the integration piece that I think Moves really specializes in, and also something else you mentioned from an acquisitions development perspective, the requirements. I think the same goes for experiment design and developing a research study. And my students I actually worked with some master's students here, and then all of my cadets at the Air Force Academy. They, especially the military, future officers and current officers, they just want to roll their sleeves and jump in and answer the problem. And it's a really, I think, important skill to take a step back and think about, what am I trying to accomplish? What are my objectives? Same goes for development and acquisitions. Same goes for experiment design. And so that's something that you learn through the program here, the value of developing the right study, developing the requirements, getting to the solution that you're trying to solve. So the last thing I would mention is not even really academic based, but the relationships that I've built here have continued to reach back. It doesn't hurt that it's here in Monterey, but I come back often, and I like just staying in touch with colleagues. We've had a number of officers at the academy looking for a PhD, and I've tried to work out arrangements for them to come here. I know that the landscape's changed a lot. I think just looking at the panel alone here, like to your point, where I don't know where all the Navy officers are, but when I was here, we had a lot of Air Force, and there's not a lot of Air Force either. So that's changed a little bit. but we're trying to still get some of our students back this summer. I'll be hosting a couple cadet interns. And so just keeping that relationship going and making sure that people know about NPS and they're excited about NPS. And I would tell you, it's not, I joke about Monterey, it's not just Monterey. I don't seem to see those relationships as closely with Abbott. Maybe I'm just saying that because I'm now in the Navy, but at Abbott, we don't have a whole lot of cadets that we're just dying to get to date and line up with faculty members, and we're really excited about hosting them this summer and working on that. So I would say the partnership, you don't even know when you're in a classroom learning that this relationship you're building with a faculty member or other students in class, you're going to continue to tap into that for the rest of your career. I'm pretty certain of.
Excellent. Okay, great. So yeah, I think those are, a wealth of great answers to that question. And it did kind of reinforce the point that there's a lot of learning here that you may not recognize how important it is, but it really helps you out there. So I got the answer I was hoping for. I didn't prime them ahead of time. So, okay, so now let's open it to the floor. So if anybody has any questions, I'd like to ask them on anything they've done, either to the group or specifically. Charlie.
Hi, Charlie Rowan, Bruce, PhD candidate, hopefully across the state in a month if people sign things. It's waiting for one. Kind of too on that note of what is special about here in Monterey and NPS and that kind of thing. So we get typically 4 authorizations a year for master's students to come from the Army in the 57 community. And that number is 1 and 1 the last 2 years here, right? And when I talk to people at ITSIC, it's like, first of all, it's the scariness of it's grad school. I'm kind of afraid to go back. What's that going to look like? And the options really kind of not dwindle, but the options that people talk about are MPS or UCF. What would you, as in my next job, what I'm trying to do is do a stronger job of recruiting these Army officers to make I'm very biased. I understand that. I love this place. This is my second go around here. But I see the value here. So what would you say, having graduated from here, been back in jobs since, that makes this place special and different than you would consider coming here over a UCF? And I understand that the sacrifice of wearing a uniform once a week is too much for some people, unfortunately. But what is it kind of taglines that we could use, I could use, or others could use to kind of say that this is worth it, this is the place that you want to go, if this is what you want to do. Two, it's doable, or maybe is it even worthwhile from a career standpoint as you left here?
And before the answers, I want to say for Charlie's next job, he's going to be the deputy director of moves. So the Army AMSO put a billet here of a senior officer, lieutenant colonel, to come in and serve as deputy director. So that's what Charlie was referring to as his next job for moves. So, yes.
So as the Army guy, I think I'll start. I think one of the things you said worthwhile. So that if you're going to take time out of your career to go to school, you want it to be the most worthwhile experience possible. I go to UCF, I can get a simulations degree. It's not near the rigor. If I'm going to spend time doing it, and maybe that's just my personality, but if I'm going to spend time doing it, I want to do something hard. And I think, it's a fun, as busy as it was while we were here, the Central California coast is incredible. It helps that I graduated from high school just north of here, but I would say to answer the question, other than the worthwhileness, the multidisciplinary approach of moves, where you're looking across the spectrum of everything we touch, including OR, which has been very valuable for me to be able to, and at this point, now I work in a multidisciplinary organization that is half 57, half 49. So now I'm horses, but I know what they do, and I've at least covered up to the 200 level of the OR stuff. So I have understanding that I can talk their language and work together better. I wasn't going to get that at UCF, so I think this multidisciplinary approach, both with acquisition, systems engineering, OR, graphics, programming, that has all made me a much better 57. And I would argue my peers that went here and my mentors that went here got the same experience to be a more powerful officer in the force for simulation and for training applications, really. And so I'm not denigrating UCF guys or Purdue guys. Certainly some outstanding officers have come out of that, but I think they're missing that multidisciplinary aspect. So.
I would say it's operational relevance, right? And you have that on other campuses. You know, like I mentioned, I went to North Carolina State. There's some of that. You've got veterans that are teaching. You've got some classes that talk about it. In fact, you know, quick anecdote, I was the one they were asking in those classes at NC State, like, how did the Air Force do this? You know, and I was proud to be able to provide that perspective. And I was a young captain, but I had spent years testing aircraft already. So it's the operational relevance. And I can tell you that I didn't mention a lot about the team I'm joining, that the crew endurance team in OR, most of you know, Professor Nita Sadagic and her group. I can tell you now, hanging out with her for a few months, gearing up for this week, about once a week, she's contacted by a commander in the fleet, in the Navy or the Marines, usually, that says, will you help us with this problem? And I told her, you don't see that in the Air Force. I spent a lot of time in my career reaching out to the Air Force and convincing them, this is why you need this research. This is what I bring to your fight. This is how I can help you. It was always a marketing campaign. And it's the exact opposite here, where you really got, and it's because of the military relevance, operational relevance of what's happening on this campus, that you do have the commanders and the operators reaching back saying, can you help us in this case with sleep, fatigue, human performance? And that is incredibly encouraging. And that's what I tell my colleagues in the Air Force. I've told all my colleagues, you won't believe how often she's contacting in a given month to help the operational units. So that's what I would tell folks when they say, why NPS? And again, I'm not here to badmouth NPS. NPS is a great program. It's a great school. And they're the same, right? In their classes, they're bringing in military examples, but I don't see the operators reaching out to AFIT or even my experience at AFRL in the same way that I've seen it here on this campus.
I think the other aspect of it is you're also with other services while you're here. So in discussions in classes, you get that, you know, I was fortunate enough to have Matt and Doug Ross in their class. They had a wealth of knowledge that was Army specific, but then you had Marines, Navy, other countries. It was just the conversations and the approaches to solving problems is different. That I don't think you would have that, because you would be the one captain that's, you know, that's there providing that input, while the rest of the folks are probably don't have the actual real world experience, and they likely don't have the military lens that they're looking at problems set through.
Yeah, can I expand on that a little bit? I think that's a really great point, because if you have not gone to a civilian school, many of you probably commissioned from civilian schools, but in grad school, from my experience in my discipline, you typically go to undergrad, and I would say the majority of students then go on to either have a terminal PhD or a master's and then a PhD. So the operational experience among the students in the classroom is very limited. And so to sit in a classroom like you have here with people with a wealth of knowledge from their own careers to bring to each lesson, that's an amazing thing that you don't necessarily get as much at other civilian schools like before.
Yeah, and Chris, when you had that slide up yesterday with the uniqueness of the program, I almost raised my hand like, need to have the joint experience on there. That's like the fourth bullet, because I think I'd almost argue you should get joint credit for this, but because that interaction, even you suffer together, right? You're the only program here, at least when I went through, and I think I'm sure it's still the same, that's really here from 8 to 5 almost every day with that cohort. They become some of your best friends. There's only a few of you, and you're learning from this vast experience. I'm just echoing what they're saying, but I really think there's something to that joint experience that you're not going to get at those other locations within the Army ACS opportunities.
Okay, that's great. Who else has a question?
Major Oblak, you gentlemen talked about some of the stuff at the time when you're going through the program, you thought, wow, when you get out, you're like, I'm glad we got that. Is there something that when you got out something you wish the program would have had? Like, so you just mentioned, we're already here from 8 to 5, and I know the Marine Corps is not going to extend the program. But if you could make a change, what would it technically be? Because for the students who are here now, it does seem like we're trying to cram a bunch of stuff on. It's very mile mile long and inch thick, and I think that's how it has to be. I don't think there's any way around it, so continue to choke forward, but if you could make a change or add a class or do something, what would that be?
I think from my perspective, maybe, we had briefly talked about this before, but just sort of providing the context of why the relevancy there. And so maybe it's brown bags or something that are able to sort of weave the relevance of the courses together. And the example I used previously was, it's very hard to say, hey, at some point you're going to be in your job and you're going to be at a planning conference building the exercise design for a live virtual constructive event. That's why you need linear algebra. You're not going to make that connection. But if there's ways that as you're moving through kind of scaffolding between those classes to build the relevancy, hey, you need this so you can understand combat modeling. You need combat modeling so you can understand this, right? And so you're bridging that. And then maybe on the front side, you have sort of a bigger, and I think that there's probably some of that, depending on the professors, they're able to do that anyways, but maybe a more formalized mechanism for providing that. And even, engaging some of the users that are out there with brown bags to sort of say, hey, this is what I'm doing from a training perspective. This is what I'm doing from a wargaming or an analysis or whatever. And so you have a little bit more of that, but then the focus is the so what? Why are you going to do all of these classes to get to that? So I think that would be important. I know it was talked about several years back, but there was a little bit of a push to understand some of the cybersecurity stuff. I think just in general, understanding how hindered we are by policy, because you're going to learn so many ways to solve things technically. But what you don't realize is that's not going to be your hardest problem. The technical hurdles are going to be more readily available. It's going to be that you can't do that because this piece of paper says you can't do it. And so that frustration, I don't know that we need to build a course on it, but just having an appreciation for that, I think it was brought up, the kind of, some of it is artificial boundaries, like it was said by John in the previous brief, but some of it is policy barriers too. And so just recognizing that, maybe if there's, ways that tips and tricks for how to navigate some of that.
I think in terms of what MOVE sets out to do, it's a pretty well designed program. It really is. I think and this might just be a shiny object thing, but potentially expanding on AI some more, and maybe you've already done that. Again, I'm 12 years separated from getting out of here. But AI and data seem to be the thing that all leaders are interested in right now, like usual. I think, is that going to go away anytime soon? Probably not. So I think that's a very interesting area that DoD is looking into that might be relevant. But other than that, you're in one of the best designed academic programs I could think of for what it sets out to do.
I've thought since I graduated in 09, I've thought since then, I wish there was more calculus here. But you should add it now that I'm gone. Yeah. Pile it all. Let's do cohort. I think they need more math, programming, and calculus. I'd actually like to hear from the students. I don't know what it's like. I graduated in 09, pretty far removed, but I'd like to know where your topics come from, because and feel free to shout out and let me know in a second. But when I came, and maybe the PhD is different than the master's, my master's experience was at a civilian school. Was you show up and your advisor said, I'm working on all these projects. This one's yours. Here's the IRB. This is what you're going to do. Go collect the data, write it up, tell us what you found, and then defend it. And we'll see you later. We'll never talk to you again. And it was many students just cranking through like that. When I got here, it was a drastic departure from that, where I was told, spend the next year, take all your classes, and come and tell us what you want to study. And I said, yeah, you're kidding me. Like, there was zero guidance at all. And so I'm actually torn. I think that's a really great model. I learned a lot through that development. And so I'm hesitant to say that I needed more structure and where my research should go. There were certainly guardrails, and my advisors that I'd met with and all the faculty I met with said, you're getting too far in this direction, and they steer me back and forth. But I'm curious to know where your projects come from. Do they come from from operators, from operational requirements, from your advisors, from your faculty, or did you do what I did and sit down and at home at night dream up like this is what I could do, I guess. You know?
I think it was the latter sort. I think, I mean, I don't know the senior cohort, but within the Marine Corps specifically, the Marine kind of come up with on our own. We might get lucky where we link in with someone who wants to solve a problem. But right now, I think it's pretty pick your own adventure. But I think because moves is so, it is very complicated and technical. Like I feel like as a senior, as a junior cohort, I think we're just starting to get lethal enough to where we can start putting some rounds on target. But the last year, I'll be honest, just like making that linkage that you talked about is tough at times because it's everything we're learning. It can be, you can deep dive into those classes and just go all the way down there, but we have to pull our heads out every 50 minutes and look at another subject from the statistics. Then we go to graphics and we're learning how to build games in Unity. Then we're going to Arnie Bus's class, who thank God he let us come to this. And we're learning how to do discrete simulations in Java. And then we go from that to Rustin's class, where we're learning how to try to do LV, live virtual constructive environment. And after that, we've got a move class in the afternoon.
Okay. So it sounds like it has
it's great, but at the same time, it's like face punch too.
Yeah. I think there's value in that process. And what you just described is parallel to what you're going to do when you graduate too, right? We don't need you to know head down for a month at a time. We need you to come up and look at the strategy, where we're going, what's important. So that's why I prefaced it with I'm hesitant to say we need more structure because I see value in that. But it certainly was difficult. And I'll tell you also, MPS, I think, and MOVES has a pretty good reputation for graduating their students, which isn't always the case. So to pair those two, to have an unstructured program for choosing your topics and executing, and also have a pretty good completion rate speaks a lot, I think, to MOVES and to MPS. That's saying quite a bit.
So something along this line, yesterday got sort of briefed, this is the disciplinary things that we're teaching. This is some acronym that I haven't heard, but +4 was on the right-hand side of the column. Do you think there's any movement within the MOVES world, or should there be from the MOVES Institute that though MOVES is interdisciplinary, touches you essentially every school that's within the Naval Postgraduate, within the Naval Postgraduate School, do we need to be tying projects to the right-hand side of the column with, things, hypersonics, EW, and all the other things that were listed on that one slide?
Yeah, I mean, my real quick, just my own personal perspective on that is I come from a 6-1 world, which is basic science. That's what I was funding in London. It was only basic science. So I see value in that, right? And even as a military officer, when I was funding basic science, is looking at, and if you're not familiar with that, the theoretical studies on underpinning the theories and basic understanding of things. I was in the background thinking, okay, not tomorrow, not next month, but in 10 or 20 years, what service is going to need the findings from this? So I see value in that, but it certainly does. It's also motivating. And I also, coming from the undergrad world of the academy, it's so motivating to have a commander, an 05 or an 06 come into the classroom and say, all right, I need you to do this for me. And a year later, the cadets produce. Like, that's incredibly motivating. And I think the same is probably true here. So there's a balance probably.
Piggybacking off of that, I think sort of the credibility, what you're also seeing is that specific to the Marine Corps, submitted more topics for the Naval Research Program for Marines that are students to pull from, because they're sort of seeing that point that you just made. They're seeing the deliverables and can use that instead of funding another study that tells them the same thing that they already knew. It's it makes your thesis topic relevant, and it generates more advocacy to, hey, we need to submit some topics, right? Because we know that's looking at it from an operational perspective, it's free, but it's also helping the student find something that makes sense. So while it may not be hypersonics, it could be something that, I did one when I was in the squadron with kind of a maintenance communication model. So like, how can we identify areas where we could be more efficient with communicating across different shops inside of a maintenance department? And so things like that, I think you go turn around and show that to the 05 commander, and they're like, yeah, that's great, man, that's awesome. Like, let's keep working this So adding the relevancy, it also continues to build credibility for Naval Postgraduate School. So I think that's good.
One thing I would say after listening to, what all three of these officers' comments there is that, what they kind of talked about there, what, some of their biggest challenges in their NMS jobs were, very lack of direction. Chris mentioned that they gave him a bunch of money, said, go around Europe and fund stuff. Mike talked about, the commanding general came down and said, I want this new kind of lab. What do you want in general? I don't know, you tell me. And Jessie kind of was working on the fight program. That was all stuff that he kind of took some of the stuff that was being done from ONR and operationalized it with what he was doing down in 29 Palms. And none of that was very prescriptive. None of that was very directed. And I think the ability of them to go out and successfully complete those tasks, they may not be able to draw a direct line to it, but I think a lot of it was that, they were told, find a thesis and work on it. And, like you said, your thesis advisor will give you left and right limits and, kind of mid-course guidance, get you pointing back in the right direction. But I think that is really, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that was one of the big things that allowed you to successfully complete them.
No, that's a great point. I mean, you're in what we call in the Army a low density MOS, but you're in a specialty field. That's your life from now on, unless you have to go back to the force. I mean, and it gets worse as you get more senior. You are deciding what you're going to do for the force in many cases. That's consistently limited guidance, understand intent, think like your boss thinks, and then go execute something that you think is worthwhile. That's your life from here on out.
Yeah, I think, what Kurt was talking about too, and you brought it up earlier, this is, specific to the Marine Corps. I don't know what other jobs and stuff would be like, but this is the most freedom you're going to have as a Marine officer, like the least amount of responsibility and most freedom. Like you come and go, you're wearing civvies, you're doing all that. I think that also kind of with that comes the expectation that you're going to be able to do some of this kind of self-motivated. You're going to kind of work on the stuff, come up with the topic, but carrying some of that mentality to the fleet, just like what Perry was talking about, you're seeking out problems, you're seeking out solutions, you're kind of looking for stuff, understanding what the commander's intent is or the general's kind of vision is, and then you're looking at how can I kind of help tee things up. And because it's such a low density kind of MOS, like was being brought up, a lot of times the commander has no idea what an MNF officer is going to bring. So you can do whatever you want with that. You can hide under the desk for 2 years or 3 years and okay, yeah, that's what they do, right? Or you can come in and just blaze trails. And they'll be like, man, that was great. I had no idea. So some of that, I think, you're 2 years here. You can also be pretty reckless and not take advantage of this while you're here. But kind of that building that mindset of like, hey, you're going to have some autonomy when you go. And there are a couple jobs that are pretty cut and dry in the Marine Corps billets, but for the most part, there's just not a solid understanding of what you bring. And so you can leverage that and go out there and find things that your boss didn't even know that you could find a solution for. So I think it's really important.
I guess I can say, because I'm not technically a MOVES alumni, but I did graduate here at CS and went through Mike Zida, who founded MOVES. So I was like MOVES before MOVES was cool. But, and I've always felt that, and this is kind of what I did for my thesis, but that, the best theses would come from officers who came in and, do any of you not have found any problems with the fleet or the Army or the, Marine Corps? Everything was perfect, that you ran into out there. I've never run into anybody who said that. So you have all these, most people have, their laundry list of problems, and you come in here and you've got this laundry list of problems, and then you start learning something in this class and in that class and that. Say, I can take what I learned in this class, and if I tie it together with that and this, I can maybe solve at least partially one of those problems that was out there for, me going back to that job or the people who were coming after me in that job. And I really think that's where some of the best theses have come from, is that, if we were kind of like doing something like, Chris talked about North Carolina, where the students came in and they were assigned, this is what you're going to do because this is what the professor thinks is, interesting and or is funded for or whatever else. I think that we'd really lose something like that. And, in the past, we have had to have discussions with people who kind of wanted to assign, some of our students, this is going to be your thesis topic. And we've always pushed back on that because, we think that there is quite a bit from, just the discovery of the thesis topic in and of itself before you even start solving that problem. Other questions? All right. Oh, Chris, yeah.
I had a question for Chris.
Oh, no. Another Air Force Academy alum.
Oh, no. Really exciting that I heard was that you got $40 million as the director of research at the Air Force Academy. And I kind of was just wondering, like when you came into that position, were you given like a strategic vision and the direction you should go, or were you kind of building your own plan? Creating creatives, having a 6-1, 6-2, 6-3 framework. And kind of just wondering, I guess, how you kind of structured that, and then how your PhD here might have helped you with that process.
Thanks. I think it directly ties into what we just talked about. The program here and how open-ended it is certainly prepared me for that experience. And so to answer your question, if I had any successes in this last job, it's because I did add a lot of that strategic vision. So, and I think most campuses operate the way that we used to before my tenure. And it was just go out and get money and do this stuff, do the research. And there's not, I think on most campuses, let me know if everyone has experience, a lot of academic experiences in this room. I think most campuses don't have a really great strategic vision for what is our portfolio now, what should it be, where are we going, where are we expanding, where do we need to constrict? And that's what I came in and did. And that's not always popular, right? To have a vision, especially in academia, for this is where I think we should go as an institution, is often contentious, but then in the long run we had tremendous success because that's exactly what your customer wants to hear, right? Your customers don't want to throw money onto a campus and say, let me know in 5 years what happened. Like, they want to be involved in that process. They want to see that you have a vision for it. So yeah, we built my team. I had 100 people total that worked in an organization of all the non-teaching faculty at the Air Force Academy belonged to my division. And we sat down and we developed a lot of documents, and I'd been around these. I talked about AFRL, that was important. MOOCs being open-ended, that was important. This open-ended London European thing, all of those allowed me to come in day one and say, all right, let's draft some policy. What is our policy? What's our strategy? We came up with a strategic plan. And then in the second year, we built a business plan. No one had ever had any accountability. I think this is true in a lot of campuses for where'd the money go? What do we use it for? And many of you, and especially the students in the room, probably don't know this, but when money comes to an institution, there's an overhead that's taken. It's called an IDC, incremental direct cost. And we have no accountability for like how much percentage should we apply and why is that? What is it used for? Where does that money go? Because my staff were mostly soft funded. They were funded by these research grants. So we built this really, really absolutely mind-numbing, boring document, but it was important because it said, this is all the money that's coming in, every penny. This is what it's going to be used for. And this is the overhead we need to execute it. And so, and then that goes back to this open-ended nature of the program here on all of you. In the same way you're doing your master's program, you need to go and graduate and go into each job and say, why are we doing this? What's the purpose? Who's my customer? What's the strategy and where are we going? Those are really critically instrumental questions that as a young 02 and 03, you may not really have the background for, but graduating from here, I think you really will. So I don't know that helps.
No, thanks.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah. And I'm just happy to say also that I'm here and not in jail. When you're managing $40 million, there's opportunities daily to go to Leavenworth and build parts for a so I could have been helping you instead of sitting here. I could have brought good. That's right. I'm glad you put it. You probably would have sent me there.
Other questions? Yeah, Alex.
So kind of probably more of a question for Colonel McClernon and Lieutenant Colonel Attig, but So I know, understanding the Army has a FA-57 career path for modeling and simulation officers. Marine Corps does not have a clear, full career path for that. I don't know about the Air Force. I'm not sure about the Navy. But also going to ITSEC the past 2 years, and even hearing Admiral Rondeau this week, talking about how as a DoD we don't have the workforce required to prioritize M&S, even though the 3-star generals and admirals say M&S is a huge priority. So how do you gentlemen see, do you see that being shaped at the higher levels, at the service level, like the Marine Corps paving a path for M&S professionals, or the Navy or the Air Force being able to do that, similar to how the Army has FA-57s?
So I can say that, it has certainly been talked about a lot internal to the Marine Corps. The document, and again, it is just a document, it's going to take time to see how it actually plays out, but talent management is a document that does try to address some of those considerations. And I think that internal to Training and Education Command, Range Training Programs Division, RQPD, where the whole Project Tripoli kind of piece is, they're looking at trying to at least grow the number of M&S officer spots internal to Marine Corps. And I think that's the right step, because I think even if at the highest level it's talked about, hey, we need to grow the force and everything, I think if we are able to also sort of more on a grassroots level generate advocacy and a demand signal for more M&S officers in the fleet, that will help to drive a better understanding of not only do we maybe need more, we also need to recognize that their relevancy and the technical kind of knowledge that is required, that expertise, can go stale pretty quickly. And so if you're bouncing between your primary MOS and this other job back and forth, you're kind of not able to be really good at either of them. And so I think that's sort of the value of having at least some sort of career path that allows you to stay in, maybe it's to 20 years, or maybe it's to a certain rank, or whatever it is. But I think that is critical, because you right now, you get pulled out, you're basically 5 years out of your primary MOS. Meanwhile, your peers are doing all these other things that are making them more competitive in that primary MOS. And so while you may be providing value to the fleet, I think we do need a little bit more of a demand signal down at the kind of command level, and not, that talent management is a good document to read, and yeah, that's great, but you want to see the actions behind that. So.
Yeah, and good question. I think this came up last year. It's a good question, and because the services do tackle this in all different ways. We have a few career fields that try to address it head on, like mine, scientist, and engineering career fields. The way I think as a service we've addressed this is that we need people with experience in M&S, but also in a particular operational specialty. So our acquisitions officers might go and get a degree in M&S. And then I don't know if the other services code their degrees like we do. When you graduate, you get coded with what that degree was in. And then now people can see in your personnel file, I need this acquisitions officer because we're working in M&S and we need that person. But
the Navy and Marine Corps both do that. The Marines get an 8825 secondary MOS, and the Navy calls it a P code, the 6202, although we haven't done that before. Great.
We don't get, I think it's,
Yeah, but you're in the 57.
Yeah.
So,
because of that, we don't.
Yeah.
okay. So one of the more recent alum from Moves, some of you may know the name Matt Toronto, who just retired, by the way. So he's another example. He's an aerospace physiologist. Came here, got a PhD in M&S, and then went back into the test community. We have rated pilots with degrees from different institutions in M&S. So I think that's the way we've addressed it. Not that it's right or wrong, but I think there probably would help, I think, to have a dedicated AFSC for M&S.
Ivar, you're not an alum, but I think you work in this daily. So I think I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
From a Navy point of view, like you said, there's a P code, a subspecialty designator for M&S 6202. It had some traction years ago. It has fallen on hard times, I think, for a variety of reasons. One of them is it's only available to surface warfare officers. So I think it would be beneficial to expand it within other communities, medical, supply corps, EDOs,
You know, they may very well use M&S more than line officers in their daily kind of job. So I think there's the need for that. The point about the unobserved while you're here, I think has been a real has dissuaded a number of Navy officers to attend. I will also say that I think on the demand side, that as billets are a scarce commodity. And so I think there's a natural tendency to try to snatch up those billets for things that IT or things that people see and to take that and to devalue or take away some of those 6202 billets. There are still some at the TAC trade crews, at the fleet commands, but it does take a lot of care and feeding to get those billets filled. And there's not a person in the Navy dedicated to that care and feeding. There's also, I think, a need, and John and I and others within the Navy and the department's modeling simulation community, I talked about the need to express this, that the value that you have all articulated to the functional area manager for that building. That's at 2 and 6 in OPNAV. When Todd Loy and Mr. Mann came here last year, there was some momentum to give that briefing. I'm hopeful that after this event, we'll regain some momentum. So that's about what I could say. 6202 is on that slide for a reason. And we're hopeful that some of the changes that, as I've mentioned, in Naval Postgraduate School, you know, as they maybe can flex more and maybe not have quite so much unobserved time, you know, maybe some distance learning, maybe some ways to, you know, skin that cat with the reorientation of how NPS is structured. I have some hopes, but it has been a challenging environment, and you see the results, and I think the results are not helpful for all of the reasons that we've gone through with the other services. On the how to sort of skin that cat, I will say the Army has the CP36 construct for civilians, where you maintain your specialty your designation as an engineer or whatever, but then you're wrapped within an overall umbrella of modeling and simulation. I've advocated for that in the past on the Navy civilian side, because it does seem like a very nice way for people to stay who they are and have their identity, but also wrap that bigger wrapper around them. So those are some of the initiatives I hope we'll be able to.
It's going to hit one thing. You know, you're talking about difficult to fill the billets. One of the issues, and not everyone, some of the Marines may be familiar with this, but to create a new M&S officer billet, it's worse than just a toker change request there. It's yes, you have to do that, but it's basically 3 to 1. So if you want a new 8825 billet as a captain, that command has to give up 3 captain billets for that. And so generating enough justification for value of that is pretty challenging. So it's very hard to grow the number of billets. And if we had more billets, there'd probably be more opportunity for second tour people to where then it would demonstrate more value and kind of build that momentum. It's just very hard to get that going.
Thanks. Thank you both. Any other questions that are out there? We've still got about another 15-20 minutes here to go. Please ask questions, because I asked Quinn Kennedy to come, and if nobody else has any questions, she's going to start with 6 questions of our 3 officers to see how much they recall. So
I gotta go.
Yeah.
Questions to the audience.
Dr. Kennedy's giving me PTSD here.
So yeah, well,
Got one more. So gentlemen, for the next, like, let's say 3 to 4 years, within what you've seen in your career path, what can we as a community get after the next few years to like really start to have some momentum in the moves?
So I think from the Marine Corps, Project Tripoli with the Library Constructed Training Environment for the Marine Corps is going to, I mean, it's investing a lot of money. That's also going to include some contractor workforce. There's going to be more buzz kind of centered around that. And I think that that's going to be something that the Marine Move students will be able to sort of latch onto and follow. to provide, kind of like we talked about that context. I think that's something that it'll be more obvious instead of just knowing that one guy who went to that one command that you can reach out to because he's your buddy, or read an AAR. It's going to be more overt and out there. So, and this is, I mean, we're talking a lot of money that the Marine Corps is investing. So I think that, that's kind of two things. One, I think that's going to generate a lot of energy within the Marine Corps. And I think that's also something that MOVE students will be able to more easily follow, to apply utility of what am I learning? Oh, it's going to support this kind of stuff. So.
Would the McWAC fit into that category too?
Yeah, and that's a great point. So, Scotty, we talked about that. You brought it up a little bit yesterday too. And I think that right now with John Lawson and the, McMizzo kind of thing is trying to help align some of those efforts. And so it was brought up a couple different ways previously, but, at a minimum, if we can just start with some of the models that we're using for blue and red, but if we're at least we have an authoritative source, we have a common model repository. Now we can use SIMs or systems for analysis, but then we can use the same models for training. I think that's going to be the linkage initially, and we'll see. I mean, maybe a little bit more than I do about kind of where that's going, but I think that the Project Tripoli and McWAC kind of stuff is going to be, it's coming closer together. So these monthly meetings are helping to bring those entities closer together.
Yeah, the McWAC is priorities is conceptual models. So getting foundationally, they've paid for quite a bit. They're not getting what they paid for, or they don't think they're going to get what they paid for. So that is something that is trying to figure out how do we build more conceptual models so we can share among communities. And it's not an easy problem since we have to rely on industry to really develop technology. It requires more money that we, the Marine Corps, do not have.
Well, it's like well-defined requirements. It costs a lot of money up front to develop a good conceptual model. It pays dividends over and over again because it's implementation neutral, but it costs money to develop it. And a lot of people want to get into the, this design and code system.
In the frame of reference, the Marine Corps has asked for 177 conceptual models in support of McWAC. They've only gotten about 20 some that haven't been validated yet. It's just they've been told they have 20 something. So that's the delta that we're at today, where we should, that delta should be this today.
Yeah, and I've been asking around in the Navy community for conceptual models, and I found a few in the T&E space that I'll pass along, but they're way too rare.
Something I just thought of too that kind of goes back to Will's question there is you brought up SDRN yesterday, and I think one of the things that's going to be unique about the Marine Corps Warfighting Lab kind of using SDRN and some of the ways that they're looking at doing stuff is being able to have training exercises running that then they're able to conduct analysis on. So having a touch point to that here is another opportunity for students to just be a fly on the wall or observe stuff, see how maybe you could add some sort of context to a problem set, whether it's in a stats class or a virtual environments class. You can kind of see it play out and then use that as your basis for how you work with real world problem. So I think that's the other.
And that was interesting because Colonel Jablonski yesterday talked about how TRAC's also working on that. Yeah, getting a lot more data. And I know that he didn't mention this specifically, but I think that one of the things that TRAC has wanted to do, and I think NTC wanted this also, was to, they collect an awful lot of data down there, and they'd like somebody to go in and start analyzing it to do that sort of thing. So that would be, we can do that for the Marine Corps on the Marine exercises, and TRAC may want to play with that also, part of the Army exercise going forward.
So with the SDRN, China Lake has actually asked them for really big data guys that we need help, because most of them they have an M&S team, but they don't have analytics teams that are about. So we're trying to get to that point. So I made introductions to the OR.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think common authoritative data is kind of principally the foundation for what we call the synthetic training environment. That's really important to the Army as well. And I just say from a bigger picture, if we're truly moving into what the Army calls multi-domain operations or all domain operations and other services, which I think it's funny that we're all generating an all domain concept within our separate services. It's kind of the nature of it. And I kind of touching on an impossible problem here in many ways, at least one we can't solve at our level. But jointness is really going to be even more important than it has been. It's already been important, but we will never go to the fight without each other. Like, it's just not going to happen. The Army will never deploy by itself to the fight. So we're going to fight jointly, but do we train jointly? We don't. And that's part of the, nature of the way we've designed our services to prepare ready units to move to combat and work for a combatant command, which is now joint. But if we're not training jointly, and I am, you already know this, you should know this after 2 days, I'm very biased on the training community side of simulation. But if we are not training jointly in multi-domain operations or all domain operations, how are we really ready for the fight? So I think, to me, the future as we move to the Army of 2035 or the Navy of 2035, 2045, if we don't start really getting past these parochialisms between the services, we're not going to be a lethal force in those concepts.
And I would say an area that has certainly grown in the field of human factors since I graduated is human machine teaming. And I think that human machine teaming, every single thing I've studied my career is now being applied to human machine teaming, whether it's stress, workload, vigilance, and now sleep and fatigue, and just simply performance optimization. And my youngest son is 13, and so he was talking to one of my pilot friends about, I want to be a pilot and I want to be in the Air Force. And my friend was like, I don't recommend it. Like, you're not going to be flying an airplane. So during your generation, you won't be flying an airplane. And he was totally deflated. What else can I do? But I think, and that's the first step to fully autonomous operations. It's going to be human machine teaming. We've been talking about it for a long time, and we have a large effort right now at the Academy on Trust and machine teaming, and how do you repair trust, how do you lose trust? These things are so critically important if we're ever going to get to working with autonomous agents. And it also applies to cyber, virtual interactions, everything, and MNS touches all of that.
I'd like to open it to the other alumni here. We've got, I think, 7 or 8 people, alums of the program sitting in the audience. And, is there anything you'd like to say as an, alumni of moves, and, if there were thoughts or any of the issues that we've addressed or anything else you'd like to cover? Matt.
You had the question about what do you tell other Army officers that want to come here? And I think back to one of my mentors told me, seek out hard jobs and do them well. This is the hardest master's degree you'll get in M&S that I believe of. Over UCF, over Purdue, it's hard. But I think it teaches you, so it goes back to kind of like what you were saying, what are we learning here that I'm actually going to use? You're going to get a good foundation, like I said, skin deep, but what you're actually going to get is you're going to learn how to think. You're going to learn how to think about problems from a different perspective that you may not even realize that you're thinking that way now. But when you think about some of your peers, when you get out to the force or to the fleet, you're gonna see that you have an ability to look at things from a different perspective and understand that inch thick part of M&S, and then apply what you're doing. You're gonna have a leg up on everybody else, and kind of like they said, you're gonna be a tool to the boss who's supposed to train his folks. And you're going to be able to say, hey, look at it from this perspective. This is another way we have to get after your training objectives. So at the end of the day, we really just want to make better soldiers, better Marines, better sailors, and we're bringing a set of tools to them. So that's what I would say. You're going to get so much more here at NPS. I can't think how I would be. I'm just so much better as an officer because I spent 2 years here, and I wouldn't give it up for anything. And so that's really my 2 cents there. I want to double tap something I just thought about with that. And, I have a contract workforce that's very competent, and they know certain systems way better than I know, button pushes on MTWAs or something like that. But they don't have some of the conceptual kind of things. So when there's a problem, there's oftentimes they'll bring up the problem. I won't know how to actually execute the solution, but conceptually I'll tell them, hey, you need to be able to do this. They'll know the button pushes to do that. They just didn't know that that would have solved the problem. So, I mean, building that team, and like you just said, Matt, about like knowing how to think, you'll have enough depth of knowledge to be able to conceptually understand, hey, the reason it's doing this is because this is the problem. I don't know the underworkings of the actual commands that you need to put in there to do that. They do, they just would have never gotten to that. So I think that's an interesting aspect. And I think that it's really the foundational knowledge that you just talked about.
One of the things I've seen is you're going to be in a room, in a meeting, and the thing you don't really know anything about, the training paradigm, the domain that you're not an expert in, and talking through something, you're going to follow along the conversation and know more than most of the other people at the table anyways. And being able to track that, understand what's going on, and realize when someone is saying things that they heard before but don't really know what they're talking about, get to the bottom of the solution. And kind of going back to what was talked about earlier, a lot of times you're going to be working for your boss who doesn't know what an M&S officer does, and your opportunity to find ways to add value before you get stuck being, you know, the assistant urinalysis officer, or someone's going to find a use for you if you don't demonstrate value. And that's part of why what Perry said about the thesis, we're not going to hand you that. Find something you're passionate about, find something where you think you can make a difference. And at the end of the day, the Marine Corps didn't send you here to provide a thesis that we're going to use and that's going to solve our problem. Most of your theses are they're going to go in the hard drive on the shelf and nobody's going to look at it again. But you working through that process and understanding how to solve a problem and dig into something that is meaningful to you and the service, and being able to take that experience and understanding how to think through that, that's the value of the process. And that's what the Marine Corps is really investing this 2 years in.
I think it's been said a couple times by a few people, but leverage the network of people you meet at NPS. Like I've only been at one MEF for less than a year now, and I've probably emailed Major Garibay at EWTG PAC or Lieutenant Colonel Attig like multiple times a week with dumb questions. And then even like Lieutenant Colonel Morris, USAF PAC, like I stay in contact with all the guys in my cohort, and even guys and girls that weren't in my cohort. But leverage them, because like you've got people that have been in their role for almost 3 years now. So just reach out to them. There's no such thing as a dumb question.
Anyone else? Okay, last chance for questions.
I have a question, sir.
Okay.
In the M&S community, where do you see us accepting too much risk?
Way to end with an easy one.
Well, I mean, I think it kind of goes back to, from my perspective, not looking at, and I don't know if it's risk or if it's just kind of like wasted synergy, so to speak, that could have happened. Is that alignment that we were just talking about with the McWAC and the Project Tripoli efforts. There's other things that are like that when we look at all the problems we have, there's a lot of foundational capabilities that we all need that are the same, but we're all pursuing them independently. And that leads to interoperability issues. It leads to other policy barriers and things that get generated because of that. And I'm just thinking about specifically with the McWAC and Project Tripoli, we both need a network. We both need a simulation gateway, a C2 gateway, AAR tools. There's a bunch of shit that we need that is not being pursued in a collective effort, and that's internal to our own service. So then expand that to a joint side of the house and thinking about how we're looking at that. It's a challenge, I get that, but it's also, I think it's maybe not a risk though. I think it is it's just we're leaving a lot on the table by not pursuing some of that stuff, at least internal to our own service.
So you asked where we accept too much risk?
Where are we accepting too much?
Well, first of all, commanders are the ones that are accepting the risk, right? But from an Army perspective, and this, I apologize to the entire group, but I think in terms of the synthetic training environment, we've accepted a lot of risk in terms of, for those that don't know, the Army's taken a strategy of really working kind of ground up in terms of its development of the synthetic training environment. So virtual simulations, those kind of things to be replaced by the synthetic training environment first, and then live, and then finally constructed. I think that decision that they accepted for risk is very high. Because if we fail down here, and we have the aging live and constructive capabilities out there in the field that we'll have to extend, and if we fail here early, we have now set ourselves up to not be able to succeed and replace those more, I would argue, more critical systems in terms of simulation to support senior commanders, senior staffs, in terms of executing modeling and simulation training. So from a training perspective, I think decisions were made by senior leaders later on to accept risk of doing it that way in order to achieve quick successes. The risk is that the vendors, the contractors, can't achieve success quickly enough, and we lose momentum and never get to the higher level. That's my Chatham House rules, unvarnished picture of where I think we've accepted a lot of risk. So what does that mean to us? We have got to continue to advise. And as we see these openings with leaders, and as you move on to other jobs, Bill, and as the other folks in the room do, particularly on the Army side, where you see opportunities to mitigate that risk in the future, I think that's where it matters what I just said.
Yeah, I agree. Really short example, and to reiterate, your services need you also so much. They need you in a room to give everyone a sanity check. And I think from an acquisitions perspective, a great example of that is the KC-46, the refueling boom. So this is the new air-to-air refueler. And I think in acquisitions, there's lots of times a desire to do things new and novel just because we can, but not because it's the right solution. And so in the KC-46, we've got a forward-facing boom controller that's flying in the forward in the direction of flight, controlling a boom, looking out the back on 30 meters away. And we need you all in the room to say, I think I was in a class that might reinforce this is a terrible idea and we should rethink it. And that conversation obviously never took place. We're kind of struggling with it now, but I think a really great lesson that you all can bring is ideas for how to improve things, but then also maybe not to improve things if it's not necessary, right? And yeah, from an acquisitions perspective, that's an example I would give. That's great.
Well, I think that ends it. We've had a great hour and a half talk, and we probably could do another 3 hours here, but I appreciate it. I think everybody's ready for lunch. So let's give a big hand to our guest. We're going to go ahead and get started. Our first speaker this afternoon is Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Rowan, who is pretty darn close, about as close as you can be to being a doctor without being called doctor. So he's got, like I said, just said he had one more signature, and he has to walk across the stage and get hooded. So, but everything else has been done, and he's going to brief us on his really very interesting thesis. So, Charlie.
Thank you. Here's the normal quips of I'm right after lunch, put everybody to sleep. Feel free, all these things. So yeah, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Rowan. I'm a 57. So by trade, I was formerly an armor officer. I transferred into FA-57 in 2016. And so before that, armor infantry background, and then I had the great privilege of teaching at West Point Human Factors Engineering for 3 years after my first stint at MPS, where I got my master's in 2014. And then a job as the Division Sims officer in Korea for second ID, and then as the Chief of Knowledge Management for 25th ID in U.S. Army Hawaii. So this is the first thing I've done since most of those jobs in the sim role. So, and
Charlie, did you put do you have like a phone up there or anything like that?
No, there's this one. It might be me.
Okay.
Or it might be my pointer.
I don't know. They said like, so if you put your phone there, it can affect it. Oh, that's my phone. Okay.
Disruptive technology.
Yeah. I didn't want I kind of wanted to screw up Charlie's lecture. So
it's an Army Navy thing. That's why. And like has been said, I'm really looking forward to, so I'm very fortunate. My next assignment will be the Deputy Director of the Moose Institute. Check in on 5 July. So somewhere between 16 June and 5 July, I should probably put a course together at Tuesday summer. So some interesting stuff going on. Let me start with. Figured I'd kill a minute and a half first though and show you all this hype video that was graciously made by the U.S. Army Aeromedical Research Lab. It is a very mundane thing that we did. We just went and parked a helicopter and they asked if I wanted to go with them. And I said, of course, he doesn't want to fly a helicopter. So it looks a lot cooler than what it really was, but I'll highlight it here.
I'd walk through flames, feel fury in the fire, feel fury in the fire. So get out of my way, 'cause I'm a natural born fighter, I'm a natural born fighter. You calling out my name, take fire and take aim, get on your knees and pray. I am the lightning in the storm, the dark before the dawn, the devil you call on. Flames are getting higher, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter. Chains are getting tighter, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter.
Good. After lunch propaganda.
There's your recruitment video right there.
That was space, yes, it
Yes.
is. That was also space available. No funds were expended. That should not have been expended just on me. Just want to caveat that in case any of my GAO is listening. Okay. Don't worry about these things as you get older, you know, careers, families, these sorts of things. So here's an outline of what I'll be discussing today. I showed the video. It's fun to talk about, but there's more story behind that I think is interesting and worthy of discussion here in a second. So it's fun to show, but just a lot more going on in that thing than meets the eye. So just what I'll talk about today, but just want a way that I found to kind of talk about this work in the last 3 years and really the last 20 months in earnest is looking at it by the numbers. So it's kind of in that vein. Here's some of the foundational work that went through. I'm very thankful I had Zotero, as most students are here, that we had something like that to manage all these references. So over 500 that I got to take a look at. A couple partnerships with the U.S. Army Aeromedical Research Lab and NASA. The U.S. Army Medical Research Lab, that's the helicopter I got to fly in there, which is awesome. It's an HH-60 Mike, one of 2 research-specific helicopters that the Army owns for medevac. The other cool thing about that is it highlights just this partnership, because a lot of the work that I was doing rhymed with what they were doing in terms of operator state monitoring and workload and these sorts of things. More importantly, this is all work also done as to support future vertical lift and one of the S&T lines of effort, the Holistic Situational Awareness and Decision-Making Program, to replace that same rotorcraft that I was just in there, that I was in, right? So we're looking for the next generation in 5-6 years. We're going to start having the first increment of what that replacement is going to look like. So it was almost like I was in a relic. And now the new one, as you can see up here, the V280, so named because it's supposed to fly at 280 knots, which is over twice as fast as what we're asking people to do now and further and all these kinds of things. And I'll get to why I think that's important. I love this picture though, by the way, because there's that in the future, and then there's my past on the ground, which is still going to be in the future until we get a new one. But it's that good, right? It is that good of a machine that it can do that. 25 different collaborators across 6 different organizations. A lot of time spent on this tool called Imprint that I'll talk about as well. 2 rated hours on a sim. I wouldn't fly with me. So here's the bulk of it in terms of the data collection piece that we did. 133 different participants, NPS students, faculty, and staff volunteered their time. October, November was the first 2 studies, and then the last study was in February, March timeframe. So it worked out 40 in each study, so 133 different people came. Really thankful for that, that we had that much, willingness around here to help out a fellow struggling student. 6 data streams that we collected simultaneously using a tool developed by the Army called Lab Streaming Layer. So we were able to get 6 different streams of data collected all at the same time, synchronized, and that was important when we did our physiological measurements I'll discuss. A lot of software and hardware items together talking to each other to make the dream work in terms of the collection and the analysis. Over 200 hours of data collected, some 2.1 terabytes of data last time I checked. 4 IRB submissions, because things happen. The IRB was wonderful. I'm a student member of the IRB. As soon as I'm not talking about this, I'm going to an IRB meeting. So I was plugging at the MPS IRB is here for you to help. I'm living proof. And then, so Fort Novosel, Alabama, you probably heard it previously called Fort Rucker, just renamed about a month ago, about a month and a half ago. Another great tie into that is that Fort Novosel is named after Chief Warrant Officer Novosel, who was a medevac pilot in the Vietnam. So there's a medevac connection again to the Aeromedical Research Lab. They just renamed the post after him. It's a wonderful story. And there's a lot of miles, a lot of funding that went into this. It's a lot of time for UWC. For I don't know if there's any current students that you all know. Use that. It is a wonderful organization to help you out. And then hidden here was the best teammate I had, which was a pandemic. There it is, the last 3 years. So, like I mentioned, the Army is currently going through these evolutions of technology, and one of them is future vertical lift. And one of the subsidiary efforts is this holistic situational awareness and decision-making program that's seeking to identify cognitive workload drivers and develop technologies to mitigate those cognitive workload interferences that we see. So in my mind, this is an opportunity early to start before we start having the prisoners bend metal at Fort Leavenworth building our next rotary craft. Just kidding, but maybe, I don't know. We need to start addressing the human considerations early on, right? Getting left of the blast. And so key way to do that here is addressing the cognitive workload considerations that need to be addressed in early design of FBL systems. So this is the definition of cognitive workload that I ran with. It's a recent one from Luca Longo, Peter Hancock, and Gabriella Hancock, and Chris Wickens. A couple of those names probably are familiar. But this gives a good definition of workload, looking at it in terms of resources demanded versus resources available in multiple different environments and contexts with different stressors being put on at different times on a human operator, and how they cope with that, how they devote attention, how they devote effort to dealing with a task demand. So longer definition, but pretty all-encompassing, I felt, as a guide of the dissertation, because this was a key point of my work. So what do we do about cognitive, what do we do about cognitive workload? And throughout kind of the history of time, recently anyhow, so recent history of time, automation. Let's adaptively automate, and that is the answer that we historically have seen to address cognitive workload. And when I say that, a lot of us probably think of me, we're just trying to bring it down, right? We're trying to bring workload down and manage it to a certain level, but it's also, we need to sometimes bring it back up. If people aren't paying attention, there's certainly room to give things back to an operator so they can get back into the, in the loop, and they're understanding what's occurring around them. So they have situation awareness and other things that we also investigated here. So adaptive automation has been looked at as a way to address this gap, identified as one of the most important concepts in the history of ergonomics, human factors. I mentioned this bringing down or bringing up, and so we look at that as there's a band of optimal workload that we try to have an operator be in when they're performing any kind of task. And definitely when that happens, we can see improved performance, safety, all these kinds of things, which is awesome. But at the same time, we can introduce unintentionally some negative consequences that come along with that. We lose manual skill, we lose SA, and then unintentionally also we can increase cognitive workload when that was never the intent of what we were trying to do. That has been identified, that is number one. What hasn't been done to that point in depth was, well, let's model it, let's try to measure it, what that looks like when people are interacting with an adaptive automation system. That's the basis of my work and what I try to do. So here's the overall approach. You can see just the research questions here in the top left that kind of flowed from the review of literature and things that we saw into this main model. But in the research questions, we're just trying to see how cognitive workload modeling can inform design decisions. what relationships existed between cognitive workload, situation awareness, and performance. Will unintended consequences kind of manifest themselves as performance changes or as levels of automation change? Which then brings us down here to the crux of what we did based on a multi-level cognitive cybernetic framework from the work of Dan Casenti and his colleagues at Army Research Lab. It's just a way of looking at how a human and technology interacts with each other in a closed loop system, giving inputs and outputs to each other as they go about and performing a task. So we analyzed these parts of this MLCC framework up here through human in the loop studies. In the first study, what we saw to see was what is the relationship between workload and different measures of that we collected to get at surrogate measures of workload. So participants completed a completely manual task, and I'll show you that task here in a second. And then from there, we would then introduce automation to see what those workload levels measures change, how those workload measures change once we introduce the automation. And then from there, could we then forecast or predict kind of what was going to happen once the levels of automation dynamically change. So that's another thing that we've investigated, kind of static levels of automation and workload and performance within static levels. But what does it look like when it dynamically changes? That's also synonymous for what adaptive automation is, a dynamic change in the automation. And so from there, these are the contributions that I'll hit later, but key to note that there's absolutely a transition cost that comes along with adaptive automation, that modeling and simulation, our community, our world can absolutely help some of the research and the investigation into this and using multiple tools to analyze and then to predict performance and have these answers that we don't really have right now, especially with systems that don't exist, right? But we can kind of get a glimpse into the future, and that's what we need to do again before we start turning metal. Mode determination issues persist, and that's a long-standing issue when we kind of have any kind of automation. That what state am I in? How did I get here? What is it doing for me? How do I get out of it? Saw a little bit of that here. I'll highlight some of that. And the goal, like I mentioned, for adaptive automation is to put us in that band of optimal workload. Yeah, that does happen, but it can be delayed. And when it's delayed, we can start having additive problems because they're just going to keep piling up on top of each other. Interesting, I'll talk about situation awareness. One interesting finding we specifically we saw with that. So just kind of the molding of my two worlds here. So, I'm a human factors HSI background, but then became an M&S officer in the Army. So I highlight these two key things here. So modeling simulation support to human performance modeling all starts back with how I looked at it with the Army and the Navy, actually, with a lot of their manpower personnel integration programs back in the 80s, morphs into the 90s, where we have a tool now called Imprint, the Improved Personnel Research Integration Tool. We can start doing workload predictions based on models that we can develop that take into account different workload values that are associated with accomplishing a task that flow from a task analysis. And so using that has been instrumental in the design of Army systems. It's been instrumental looking at cockpit crew configurations. We used to have 3 people in the front of an airplane. Now we have 2, right? Because we did some analysis and figured out that with automation, with other things, that we can look at how the workload is affecting those up front. And so future work is happening now, able to look at one optimally crewed vehicle configurations, 1 person, 2 person, no persons, and what that looks like using this tool. And on the other side down here, adaptive automation and cognitive workload, we look at men are better at, machines are better at way back with Fitts in 51, and we've evolved then to say they need to kind of work in harmony with each other. It's not a one-on and one-off proposition. That relationship ebbs and flows as over time when you're operating the system. And like I mentioned, with the adaptive automation has been looked at to manage that workload. It introduces these issues that have been well documented, right? And so this investigation into how it changes dynamically is worthy of exploration. And the way that I saw to do it was using human performance modeling tools to model that relationship, but then use these experiments to validate what we were seeing in the models. So this is NASA's multi-attribute task battery 2, version 3.5. One of the partnerships that came out, we were able to receive this. There's a 2.0 that you can get online right now from NASA if you'd like. This just has a little bit more functionality. I like the darker background too. It made the eye tracking a little bit easier. But participants were required to do 4 tasks. Primarily with this, in the top left is a system monitoring task, where they were required to keep that light green. So if it went black, they had to click it to make it green again. If that went red, they clicked it to turn it off. And then these columns oscillated around the center point. If they fell out of tolerance at the very top or very bottom, they were to click on each one of the columns to reset it, essentially. The track task was, so this is the task, when I say later that things were automated, it was this task where that happened. And this is just a joystick keeping the center circle in the square reticle here. And when it was in manual mode. When it was in manual mode, and this is important later, you'll see here that this is the joystick data, this is its position. There's this keyword here. This reticle is dark blue. And over here in the scheduling window, this is columns. So this, when it's dark green, they were responsible for it. So that was green the whole time. They were always responsible for the radio. When it was dark green over here, from 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8 minutes out on the track task, that gave them a window of when they would be responsible for the tracking task or not. So for the next 4.5 minutes about, they would be in manual mode, and then somewhere 4.5 minutes when it goes to thin yellow, it would go to automatic. Multiple indicators and training and sounds and things that told them that when the system was going to go to manual or auto. Down here was communications task. They would hear a call for either themselves, which is NASA 504, or another ship, but if it was their ship, they would be given a radio and a frequency to change it to. And then the resource management replicates a fuel task or to keep tanks Alpha and Bravo around 2,500 units by manipulating these pumps here. And when the pumps were activated, they had flow rates here. You could do the math of expenditure rate versus flow rate. Never really got that far, just kind of the Wild West, trying to make sure the fuel was going. Because when all four of these were going at the same time, it could get pretty taxing. As simple as it looks, I mean, I still get stressed out looking at it, thinking about it. And then these April tags around the corner were markers for the eye trackers that we used, just for areas of interest and things like that. So on the other side, the imprint models that we use. So imprint is a discrete event simulation, which uses task network diagrams for, there's multiple things you can do it for horses or for fatigue studies and other stuff. I use it specifically what is typically known for is the operator workload predictions. So this is a diagram of what it looks like. This is the interface. You create your task network here, and then each one of these tasks you can assign an operator, and then you assign workload values to each one of those tasks. Those workload values are based on what's called the BACP that McClernon and Aldrich did in '84 with work on armor crews and aviation crews. And so a 1 to 7 scale, and with different levels of, and I'll show you here in a second, of descriptions of what each one of those levels of workload are. And then also it takes into account if there's going to be any conflicts. If you're doing 2 tasks at the same time that are kind of going along the same processing channel, 2 audio tasks is going to be a problem, obviously, but an audio task with the visual task separated, there will not be a conflict there, so the workload won't be as high. And that's taken from Wickens's multiple resource theory. So it takes into account multiple theories as they build these models. As you build these models. So I created a researcher and an expert derived value for these workload values. Got a lot of help with the developer and trainer. And then this is imprint as a whole. Happy to talk about it some other time. And then here are these values I was talking about. This is the cognitive walkthrough I went through with some the experts that I mentioned on the previous slide. But these are the values that imprint gives you. So what I did was say, here's the task that you had to do based on the auditory, cognitive, fine motor, visual benchmarks, which were the primary things that they interacted with the interface in MAP-B. How would you rate them, right? And so imprint gives you the number, but it also kind of tells you what it is, what you could equate it to that you would be able to draw from. So we did 3 studies, like I said. We're just going to talk about the third one because that's really where the meat of it is. We make these prediction values here in imprint based on the first 2 studies, and so this is intuitive low workload. Manual tracking is going to have a higher workload value over that 5-minute period than the auto tracking would, right? The high manual is harder than the low manual, and all these things. It makes sense, right? The prediction makes sense. So for study 3, 40 people come in. We assign them to different groups. No significant differences between the groups, so presentation order wasn't a problem. We measured HRV eye tracking, their performance, and then a couple post-test questionnaires for situation awareness and workload. So that's a 20-minute complete trial they did. At the end, this is the same pattern we saw in the first 2 studies with the things that you would expect, right? So higher workload conditions yielded surrogate measures that were higher in terms of their heart rate variability was lower, their pupils were bigger, and they continuous objective workload assessment graph was me asking them every minute to rate their workload as a percentage of 0 to 100. So if I just say workload, they would give me a number. And you would expect that to be what you saw here. That low workload had a lower percentage. Auto tracking had a lower percentage as well. Interestingly enough, though, situation awareness was, they rated having higher situation awareness in the manual condition than they did the automatic condition, which is you would expect, right? I'm in control of the ship, I get it. But what we also know that in the higher condition, their workload is higher and their performance is less, right? So there's a nasty trade-off that has to happen in there somewhere. Tell a pilot, I'm going to take the stick away from you so you can have better performance and lower workload. No, right? Like I want the stick. Why would I do that? So what did you think? So those spikes and those values are great. How do I validate that? Well, what we were able to see with the transitions was this is specifically around the transition. So 10, 30, 60 seconds. So that's 5 seconds on either side of the transition. 15 seconds and 30 seconds. We saw significant differences in both pupil diameters. Interestingly enough, in the right eye, it was the timing from the 0 to 30 second mark. It was the timing that was significant. After that, it was the tracking mode. What that means is the transition was driving the workload 30 seconds after the transition happened. After that transition, and they kind of attenuated to the task and reached an equilibrium, it was then the tracking mode. So the actual task itself was hard. So in the first 30 to 60 seconds, it was the transition that was driving the workload. After that, then it was the actual task that they were completing that was driving the workload. And we see similar with the left eye. Interestingly enough, the left eye, as it says, both of them are significant here on the left eye. And we believe that's because in terms of the autonomic nervous system, that's tied to the sympathetic nervous system. So your fight or flight is kicking off, right, and stressing you out and driving a workload in both conditions here. And then on the right eye, that's your parasympathetic bringing you down from that. So after they've attenuated to the task, now they're coming back down with the parasympathetic nervous system, and that jives with, literally what's happening in the brain. We also saw that right eye was bigger than left eye the whole time in all three studies, and we thought it was a hardware issue. Turns out that tasks that involve, and this has been studied a lot in surgery, tasks that involve the right hand or both hands will have a larger right pupil diameter than the left eye. The future of flight, unless we're just going to go no hands, is going to require two hands, something to look for. If we're going to start putting this stuff in a cockpit and trying to gauge any kind of real-time operator state monitoring, that's something to take into account. So from that, we added in this state transition task here, and these default values that I developed from Imprint using those scales that you saw earlier. And now what you see is in these 30-second transitions, because that's what we saw in the previous slide, right? The baseline workload for low auto is down here, but there's a 30-second delay where that's going to happen, right? And so we just modeled that in here to say that there's going to be that delay. When you do that over here, so I'm covering that, there's increases in every single workload condition we did, which drives with the predictions that we made and what we saw actually happen in real time. So that goes into, there is a transition cost. Like I said, we're delaying the benefits, like it happens, but we're delaying it. The SA and situation awareness, the situation awareness and cognitive workload relationship that, it's interesting. I just highlighted, it's interesting you're on the stick, but you don't let it go. But when you're on the stick, you have lower performance and higher workload. That's also, didn't expect to, speaking of unintended consequences, did not expect to see that, but we found it. And just the mode errors that happen, right? So there's all the indicators again. 6 of the first 7 people in my second study didn't realize it was an automatic. 15 people in the third study, this is after training them and adjusting the instructions. 15 people in the third study didn't realize it was an auto up until 1 to 2 minutes after the condition had changed. So some workload modeling considerations that we can use is that if we can incorporate this in the architectures that we already use as M&S professionals to link together cognitive architectures and these workload predictions, let it kind of play out for us before we have a system to actually tie it to. This is a great way, I think, for us to inform future development. And these other things I've talked about throughout. Some future work I think would be interesting just to look at, how fast we're moving and where we're fixated, not just pupil diameter at those transitions. If we can do this over time, so 10 to 20 minutes is great, but what's that look like over a career, right? If we're going to have these people in these high workload conditions, if we know that we're causing heart problems with with heart rate variability, we can gauge that, we can model that, we know that, let it run over a 20-year career with how much we expect someone to fly and see what that's going to do.
And then just some stuff over here. Maybe we can tie the whole thing from the autonomic nervous system from the eye all the way back using FNIRS and other stuff to see what's getting activated at what points. That's 3 years of my life in 30 minutes. Any questions? Or I'll be around tonight too.
We have time for one or two questions here, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie,
sir,
how many of the sample were aviators, and did you count that?
We did. It was less than probably out of the 130, so it was probably less than 20, or had some aviation background, but that wasn't a significant. Nothing, nor did gender or handedness, and we also looked at dominant eye. None of that. That might have just been the task. And interesting enough, it's got the joystick was backwards, right? So that was a great equalizer for everybody because everybody had to suffer together. When you pushed it back, it actually went down, and when you went forward, it went up. Kind of thing. So everybody hated it.
Non-inverted perhaps.
Other questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, I was as being relatively naive, or I would expect that when they build the actual controls for the vertical lift system, there'll be a detailed simulation, there'll be a prototype. Someone will want to study like yours, but with like the actual controller and the actual switching logic behind that. Am I safe just assuming that everything is good and that will happen as a matter of course, or what's the reality there? You know.
So I think it will happen. I think one thing that they're getting more into. So I got nothing from speaking of the joystick. I think what would make that better and what they're going to incorporate in that is getting feedback from the joystick, because that's just another free feedback mechanism that we get in terms of grip strength or motion speed, that kind of stuff. So a lot of that work's being done at Moffitt right now with the Attig team up there. So yes, but to your point, that sim it's not been built that I know of, but it should incorporate all these things that we can get for free to get some of these metrics that we collected here. But they're already doing something very similar to this as part of FVL using current test beds. It's just the one that they need isn't built yet to do what the 280 is going to do. There's no 280 simulator, I guess I would say.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Charlie. That was awesome. You saw one of our soon-to-be PhDs. This is one of our just recent PhDs a couple of years ago. Curt Blais is going to be talking about a lot of the great work he's been doing for NATO modeling and simulation.
Thank you. I didn't tell you to call it great work, but
you paid me to call it great.
Well, I thought that payment was for the apple fritters and
okay.
Anyway. Are we being recorded on this?
Yes, we
Silliness?
are. Yes.
Great, yeah. Curt Blais, yeah, I got my PhD here in 2018, and then last year had my first offspring. Major Matt Morse graduated last September with his PhD. So yeah, thank you. You can applaud. That's fine. No, okay. He was a challenge. He's a handful, right? Some of you work with him. No, he's excellent. Brilliant guy.
12-pound brain.
What's that?
12-pound brain.
Yes, right. Which, yeah, so my 8-pound brain was pretty challenging. Anyway, yes, I want to talk to you about some of the things we've been doing with NATO over the past few years, and a little bit of a look ahead on what's coming up in the next year or so. Okay, so we'll do page down. We'll do that. Okay. So we're going to look at NATO Modeling and Simulation Organization just a little bit to tell you what that organization is or the kinds of things it does. But mainly we're going to look at some areas of interest, things that the NATO Modeling and Simulation group has been doing that we have participated in or that we are interested in participating in. Well, we have a little section on direct moves involvement, so things that we've actually worked with in NATO, and some future work, so some things coming up. Then any discussion, unless I use up all our time, which is kind of plan A, I think. So NATO Modeling and Simulation Organization, I gave the mission statement there. They really look at a number of modeling and simulation challenges across NATO. So all of the NATO member nations and even some of the periphery, Partner for Peace and others. And they basically try to put together little groups to solve or address those particular challenges. Some of the NATO modeling and simulation groups that look at these areas of need, sometimes they operate for a year or two. They might extend for an extra year or so, but often there's a follow-on group that maybe picks up work that goes over quite a long period of time. So it works underneath the NATO Science and Technology Organization, which has much broader interests than just modeling and simulation. I give you a website there where you can go look at the, if it may be in the hundreds of activities. I didn't take the time to kind of scan down and count all of them in Science and Technology Organization and NATO, but it's quite a number across quite a variety of what they call panels. So different things, modeling and simulation being one of them. So NMSG in particular oversees things that are related to modeling and simulation. So over the last, 5 to 8 years, maybe more, on a periphery anyway, we've been kind of following these kind of areas: human behavior modeling, cyber warfare modeling, which is just starting up. So we haven't even gotten into that one yet, but we are interested. C2 system, simulation system, robotic system, interoperability is an area that we've participated for quite a number of years. And modeling and simulation in the NATO Federated Mission Networking Program. We'll take a look at that a little bit. So where have we been involved directly? We have participated in, and in some cases led, some of these NATO modeling and simulation groups. It started for me anyway with a presentation in Rome back in 2016, which was looking at the challenges in representing human robot teams in combat simulations. And one of the big output or fallout of that presentation was the simple result that we've been actually doing an okay job modeling robotics for like the 49 years of my career, but we haven't done a very good job modeling humans. So the real problem we've got now that robotics are becoming a big part of the combat forces, the big problem we have is in our simulations, if we're doing analysis or anything else, how do we differentiate robot performance from human performance? Again, we have very little means of doing that because we don't model humans very realistically. We make humans very robotic. So we got a problem. But that was where I kind of got directly involved in NATO stuff back in 2016. That led to involvement in a couple human behavior modeling groups, MSG 127 and then MSG 198. 198 just completed its work in the past, about 3 months ago, actually. So each of those groups ran for about a 2-year period of time to do the studies. These studies, by the way, they attract people from all over the world, people who are interested in that particular area, maybe have some expertise in the area. They get together and they kind of work out a study report to kind of advance the work a bit. So human behavior modeling, I'll have a slide on that shortly. Command and control and simulation interoperability studies. There have been a long series of those, mainly corresponding to standardization work that's been happening in the Simulation Interoperability Standards Organization. And in particular for C2 and simulation kind of interoperability, CISO has been very active in that arena for almost 20 years at this point. So in parallel to CISO developing some of these standards, the modeling and simulation groups have had activities to examine the work in progress in CISO and actually to do test implementations, to try it out, do proofs of concepts, evaluate the technical approach that is being worked out in CISO and that kind of thing. MSG 193 was a group that was looking at the command and control system simulation system interoperation, or C2SIM standard that was approved in 2020 out of CISO. And then now it's followed on by that work. MSG 193 ended a year ago. MSG 201 is operating right now and is actually doing testing of that. We'll get into that a little more shortly. I led MSG 194, which was a lecture series on this new standard that came out in 2020, the C2SIM International Standard. We conducted courses in the spring and fall of 2021 and 2022 that reached over 200 NATO engineers, software developers, and managers, and military. And we even had one hands-on session where people were actually implementing C2SIM interchanges across systems. On the human behavior modeling side, I know you can't read those boxes probably very well. One of them looks pretty fuzzy. But anyway, all this is to point out is on the left is the outcome, kind of a reference model, if you will, that came out of the MSG 127 work looking at human behavior modeling. That was 2018. That study was completed. And then MSG 198, as I said earlier, just ended a couple months ago. And it has kind of a new representation of a fairly simplistic way of looking at how an agent might be modeled to model the human behavior. And that particular work actually was largely influenced by another researcher here at NPS, Dr. Susan Eros, who's in the Department of Defense Management, who, by the way, works with a piece of software that was originally developed in MOVES. MSG 198, there's a brand new activity starting. So if anybody's interested in learning about that and maybe participating, let me know and I can get you the information about it. They're really right now in kind of a call for participation. On the interoperability side, this is where I've spent a lot of my life over the last many years. Played a strong role in the dissertation and such. But we participated in these proof of concept studies. Our involvement there was not so much as members of those MSGs, but as kind of sideline participants or cheerleaders almost, as they were trying out the things that we were working on in CISO. So as we developed standards, previous one was called Coalition Battle Management Language, and then the C2SIM standard that came out in 2020. We were kind of assisting from the side the NATO people in these groups that were actually trying out the concepts, trying out the capabilities. So again, C2SIM approved in 2020. Down towards the bottom. In 2021, C2SIM standard was adopted by NATO as one of the modeling and simulation standards being used in the Federated Mission Networking Program, which again we'll go into in a little more detail shortly. And also just in March of 2023 was identified as a standardization agreement or a STANAG out of NATO. Now, for us in the US, a STANAG is kind of an important thing. Basically, the standardization agreement is an agreement across all members of NATO, of which we are one. it's an agreement across all members of NATO that, yes, we will implement that standard. We will use that standard when we're doing coalition operations. So that's going to play into this federated mission networking idea here shortly. And then there's a few words in the middle there about commanding our C2SIM. I mean, it's a fairly ambitious thing while taking a very simplistic kind of approach. And it plays off of what I've been arguing for the last few years that, you know, we engineers, software developers and such, we created the interoperability problem quite a number of decades ago. And isn't it about time that we do something to solve it? You know, and instead, of course, what you see in the industry, modeling and simulation industry and military M&S and command and control and so forth, what you still see is a proliferation of partial solutions to very small problems. You know, not many are trying to address the big problem that we created. And like I say, we should fix what we started, right? But it's very hard. And somebody mentioned in one of the earlier presentations today, you know, we've gotten to the point on some of these things where it's not a technology problem anymore. We know technically how to even solve a problem as big as interoperability. What's hard is the whole policy thing. How are you going to get multiple services, multiple organizations, many programs? How are you going to get them to work together to solve the problem? And you know, part of the answer is, well, it's not going to happen unless they're paid to do it. And that, you know, brings up a whole nother issue of, well, where's the money going to come from? You know, right now, all of our documents looking at future technology and so forth, all of them say interoperability is something that we, you know, must fix. But we don't back it up with policy and funds. So I don't know when this is going to get solved. But it's interesting that the NATO is kind of taking a stab at this. NATO arguably has a pretty challenging interoperability problem. You know, they need to bring together 30 or so countries for a coalition operation, and they want to be able to share information across their command and control systems. They also recognize, of course, that to do things like training and mission rehearsal, planning and so forth, it's very important to be able to interface command and control systems with simulation systems. So they have taken on the problem under what they call federated mission networking of solving or creating a framework that can solve interoperability, at least across those 30 nations and many different systems. Their idea is getting to a point where they have day zero interoperability. It's almost like a plug and play idea, right? Everybody brings their systems to the operation that has to be performed, and they got to be able to run day one of the execution of that coalition operation. So, you know, NATO, interesting thing. I mean, they don't have the kind of money that we have in the US. So I think they realize that the only way they're going to be able to solve something like interoperability is to work together. And through a program like federated mission networking and the kind of spirals that it's going through, you know, they're setting little bite-sized chunks for capability, and year after year after year, they're reaching those goals, those modest goals. Eventually, in that process, it would appear they're going to achieve success. How can we kind of do something similar in the US? Very hard, it seems. So need for M&S standards in NATO federated mission networking. This just kind of supports what I was talking about. You know, they see the need for the integration of command and control with simulation systems for a number of different purposes, as you see here. But I've got to say that it's not just command and control and simulation systems. our interoperability problem arguably is a lot bigger than that. We want to be able to freely share information across those classes of systems, but also across things like robotic and autonomous systems. How about cybersecurity systems? How about logistics systems? We can add many different classes of systems that we would like to be able to exchange information with in order to achieve better or improved operations and coordination. But that's a big problem. One of the nice things that C2SIM gives us is a framework of some basic capabilities, and then the capability to extend it to some of these other domains. So it wasn't trying to solve everything right up front, other than giving a framework from which those solutions could emerge. Modeling and simulation standards in NATO Federated Mission Networking. There's this new modeling and simulation group 211 that I'm leading, where we will be doing something very similar to what we did in modeling and simulation group 194. We're going to be going out and teaching NATO folks about the modeling and simulation standards that have been adopted for federated mission networking. Those standards are listed here. C2SIM, of course, high-level architecture. NATO has a particular federation object model they call the NATO Education and Training Network, FOM, which plays into the HLA arena. Somebody asking a question? And then modeling and simulation as a service is one of the kind of best practices that they're introducing into this. The work in MSG 211 includes participation in the annual Coalition Warrior interoperability exercises, which are, a young fellow up here, Chris Fitzpatrick, has played a major role in those for NPS over the last few years. He'll show up in a minute. I've got him circled in an upcoming slide. So my only animation in the whole program or presentation. Anyway, that's just a kind of a general picture of the modeling and simulation architecture in the NATO Federated Mission Networking. One of the things that's kind of interesting about this picture, it's sort of buried in there. So only for people in the know, I think. But one of the things that's kind of driving their whole architectural approach is a command and control communications taxonomy that NATO put together some years ago. But they end up using that terminology over and over again in these architectural diagrams and such. Here we go. You ready for some animation? Boom! Ooh. There's Chris Fitzpatrick right there. Drop the mic, right? Excellent. That's why I'm not part of Eric Johnson's team, obviously. So yeah, we are playing right now. June is the time frame for this year's Coalition Warrior interoperability exercise, and this is a demonstration / test of the capability of these varied systems to exchange information. Some of these systems are command and control systems. Several of them you probably recognize, like VR Forces, as simulation systems. But in all the cases here, there's C2SIM is kind of in the background of the way the information is being exchanged. We actually, Sean Johnson down here, I should have done a whole nother animation for this one. Could have had a double circle pop up right here in the center, sketched through plan as HISOs, Sean's company. So they're in the middle of this thing, literally. Excellent. So future work, like I say, we're going to be leading this MSG 211. The actual lecture series development starts up in July of this year. There are myself and 4 other lecturers. Our first delivery of a course in this area is going to be right here at NPS in October. The NATO Modeling and Simulation Group, unless plans change, Right now, they're planning to be here for their fall business meeting, which is followed by the NMSG symposium. So the week of 16 October, first 3 days are the NMSG business meeting. The last 2 days are the NMSG symposium. And Scotty, you were the one that submitted a paper to that one, or was it? That was you, yeah. So thank you for that. I think there are a couple others at NPS who have submitted papers to that symposium. Yes, sir.
Wednesday's gonna be a tech day.
Okay.
So that's working on.
Wednesday's a tech day.
Friday.
All right, thank you. And then we'll probably be at ITech in London for the spring offering next year. That'll be the first 2 of probably 4 deliveries of that course. So that's all I have. That's the kind of stuff we've been doing with NATO. It's pretty fun, pretty exciting. There are some important things happening there that we should pay attention to. And I'm very excited too to mention that C2SIM has shown up in a couple of the Navy research program topics this year for work to start in October if they're funded, if those topics are funded. Been working with Major Garrett back there on a proposal that I emailed him just minutes ago. Yeah, so this is good. And you know, there have been more inquiries from U.S. organizations right after the C2SIM was adopted as a STANAG in NATO. We started to get some calls from people. So you know, there's growing interest in the U.S. Again, it's kind of hard to break into our own world because everybody has scattered development, scattered interests, tons of stovepipes, right? Silos of excellence. That's right. Yes, sir.
Kurt, bravo for a monumental achievement, and I can offer a 3-letter word for to describe that gap. Why it says war. For 15 months, they've been daily asking, is today still day 0 or is it day 1? Yeah, it focuses the mind very well, and the only way any of those patients will continue is if they work together. So there is at least one existence-proof path for going together. Thank you for being there to at least establish dialogue semantically.
Thanks. Anybody else? Perry hasn't called for discussion yet, but I did, I guess. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
So I was out in Rome September for the Center of Excellence meet symposium or forum. I can't remember what it was forum. That NMS, is it the same group or is this a different group?
Yeah, that, I mean, I'm not even positive. I think the Rome Center, M&S Center of Excellence, I don't think it falls under NMSG.
It's
yeah.
Consortium of partner nations. Yeah. Can authorize use NATO in your name, but they're not actually part of it.
Yeah. There's a pretty close relationship or interplay because even one of the CWIXs last year, Rome was, you know, had systems at their site.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion there about this interoperability piece, obviously, but have you worked with JMSC at all, the Joint Multinational Simulation Center?
No.
I mean, they have done significant work. So the new director is going to be, well, previously Jason Caldwell was the director. I thought they he was a MOVES grad.
Yeah.
Mark Madden is about to go out there. Heath McCormick is coming back to be the AMSO deputy director. So you'll probably see him here next year, but he spent a great deal of time with interoperability within NATO member nations, doing training and exercises at the division above level, brigade above really. So I think those are probably some points that you want to touch on, especially because you'll have those contacts kind of built into with moves with Heath McCormick being there, AMSO, and then Mark Madden moving over to JMSC and Grafenbeer. But I mean, they are daily doing interoperability with member nations of NATO for exercise.
Excellent.
I don't really know a lot about it, but I do know the MNS Center of Excellence in Rome moves will have an inside man starting in September. Lieutenant Colonel Bernd Weissenberger of the German Army.
Oh,
Moving there as an MNS meeting.
excellent.
Nice. Hey, we got time for one or two more if anybody has anything. Yeah, Brian.
Kurt, on the human behavior representation, for constructive model, is that scalable? Is that, how is that working? Is that?
It's only at the architectural stage, so there hasn't been a lot of work dealing with, you know, those kind of details. It's really been much more conceptual.
Is that the direction, or is it more of a lower level tactical idea?
The way it's been laid out, it could address, you know, small units and higher, and even, you know, civilian population and other aspects of the battle space. So it's not kind of limited to any particular level at this point. A lot of the focus tends to be kind of at a tactical military representation, but they're trying to be, you know, a little more generic than that. And, you know, where it goes is kind of unknown. It depends what sort of follow-on groups start up, or if somebody else kind of adopts whatever has been described and starts to develop something along those lines.
And looking at basic behaviors or something a lot more complex, like what a probable is trying to do before they went away?
Starting with very basic behaviors, for the capability for the behaviors to build on each other. So to build up more complex behaviors from simpler ones.
I do have an eye on folding into current constructive models that we'd be able to ingest them into like the GFC Federation.
Right. I mean, part of the idea is that, you know, if you had, this kind of gets into the fair fight thing to some extent, different ways of looking at that. If we had common specifications of behavior, and then, you know, different systems could implement them in their own native way, scripts or whatever, software development, you know, then we would at least have the assurance that, you know, an infantry company, say, in one simulation is acting the same as an infantry company in another simulation. We have, you know, no assurance of that these days. Yeah.
Hey, great. Kurt, that was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Curt Stork, a research associate here at the Moves Institute. He's talking about the automated ISR testnet. So, you know, I don't really know what this is, so I can't say it's good, great, or whatever I did like I did with Kurt. But, you know, knowing Kurt, I'm sure it is, it's great.
Well, it's not my thing.
Okay.
It's sort of my thing.
Okay, then don't hold me responsible.
Yes. Like Carrie said, my name is Curt Stork. I was 96 graduate over in the OR department and a submarine officer. I've been working with Combat 21 and other things that moves since about 2008. This is an interesting project for me because it was so interdisciplinary. The Center for Multi-Int Studies was the NPS institution that was running the project for a sponsor who doesn't like its name to be spoken aloud. So the PI was a guy back on the East Coast who was able to go into the right rooms and hear the right words from the sponsor and try to convey that to our team here at NPS to try to get this working. So the sponsored problem is that they have sensors that, you know, think UAVs, satellites, synthetic aperture arrays, satellite optical, and other things that have, you know, a revisit rate over the target areas, some of which, you know, can be commanded, some of which can't. And then the problem is where do we look? What should we be looking at any given time? And so their goal here is to,
If you use left mouse, will work.
okay. So sorry, this is what we're doing. So they want to know, how do we use, math to figure out where the sensors should be looking at any given time in order to maintain custody of red assets, search the battle space, and things like that. When you have really large scale data problem going on, because you have many sensors, you have lots of things that you want to look at. And so how do we use automation? How can we automate the process of deciding what to look at any given time? So on the NPS side, we are not privy to the details of how these sensors work. We're not privy to their schedules. We're not privy to even what the data shape is, right? So these optical sensors, how do they work? Either an operator or some optical recognition system looks at a picture and produces data, right? It says, I think it's one of these, it's here, I think it's moving, I think this is what it's up to. And so so pictures turn into something like that. So we had to sort of guess what something like that would be. And that made it hard. But so we're working in an unclassified environment. The sponsor also has a UART that has access to the actual data feeds from the sensors. And so the notion was that we would prototype this, hand it over to that UART, and then they would test it out with real data. So our PIs were all mostly operations research, ECE people, and everybody worked in a stovepipe that kind of didn't talk to each other very much, and they'd work in short spurts. So Professor A would have, academic quarter 3 to work. Professor B would have academic quarter 1 to work, and things like that. So what we did was, why MOVES got involved is because it's an unclassified environment, they needed to simulate the data to try out these algorithms for the system. So that's where MOVES got brought in. We used Combat 21 to generate simulated ground truth, and then took the ground truth data that we generated with Combat 21 and applied rules that the PI back out east described for, it was his way of describing how he wanted sensors to behave in the simulation based on what he knew about the real system without breaking any rules. So he came up with confusion matrices that said, if you see a rocket launcher, you've got this probability of saying that it's a rocket launcher. It's this probability of saying that it's a truck, this probability of saying it's a civilian, things like that. So we just had these rule sets that he created. And then that was something that MOVES did too. So MOVES did the combat model and the observation model. And then the stuff I'm going to show you. One of the other problems is every researcher here kind of had their own way of doing business, right? So some of them knew Python, some of them knew R, some of them know MATLAB. And so as an integrator, to try to put all those algorithms together in all these different ways, we had to come up with some solutions for that. And I used the Docker containers to do that, to solve that particular problem. So here's a high level overview of how this thing looks. So up on top, we have the combat model, an ML system that I'll talk about in a second, and another model for where the sensors are over time. So I was doing most of that along with one of the professors over in OR who did the machine learning part. That process populated a data store that we call the warehouse. And then there was an inner loop mission framework simulation, which chained together each researcher's algorithm in a big loop that covered time. So there was a planning interval of 20 minutes and then 10 minutes worth of observations that get made, another planning interval of 20 minutes. So it's a simulating revisit of the sensors. And then that all goes to an output data store, and then stuff that didn't happen, which is really too bad, and is kind of the reason that the project didn't really reach its goal, is that none of the researchers got far enough along in their work to evaluate the outcome of all of this and see how well their algorithms performed. It's just a matter of time. This just adds a little detail. We ran comment model 100 times, 100 replications. It's pretty fast. I can make a day's worth of data per minute at 1 minute intervals of the ground truth data. So data got pretty big. I think typical scenarios output was about 18 megabytes. Not too big, still all fits on a laptop. So it's not big data. But those 100 replications went into the machine learning process. So the professor put together a clustering algorithm. Job of this thing was to look at the observations, which were individual vehicles, and try to decide where units were and what unit level we're doing. So this is situation recognition. So the ML was trained with lots of replications. And then what happens in the middle in the mission framework simulation is you take just one replication, and it might not be one that was used in the training, but it could be. And then you run through the 3-day scenario with that one. You trying to use all these algorithms to direct the activity of the sensors. So these are the different parts of it. Start over here with what's called tip generation. So Professor Koyak, I think it was, did that part. No? Did that. Yeah. Professor Koyak and OR took the known, or I should say the estimate of what the current situation is, and then tried to predict where things would be 20 minutes later. So give probability. So it's on a road network. So units are moving around on this road network, and his algorithms were supposed to try to say, well, where could they be 20 minutes from now, given what they're doing right now. Then Professor Lin had his job. I don't know. Don't press me on what the details of each one of these boxes is, because this was all folks in OR. My job was to try to tie it all together. So information needs was an attempt to take the tips that say, this is where I think things are going to be, and say, well, we're missing information on battery B. So what do I need? What do I need to do to try to reacquire a guy we don't have anymore? And then Professor Wine did collection values. So he's trying to build a value system that can then go into Sandia National Labs. Sensor Planner was just a linear program, optimization program using the valuations that the previous boxes did. And then that defined where the next round of observations would take place. That produced observations instead of the ground truth, and the situation recognition module used that previously trained machine learning algorithm to assess a situation and say, yep, I think this collection of vehicles is a battery, I think this is what it's doing, and so on and so forth. And you do that until you run out of ground truth data. That's just what I said. This is ambitious for a lot of reasons. The professors didn't have overlapping work schedules. And so since each algorithm output fed was the input to the next one. It was pretty challenging to get it all to come together. We were still debugging in the last week of the period of performance of this thing. Important to this was trying to get a specification put together. So that's how I started, was trying to say, this is what the data shape has to look like. Your algorithm has to output a table that looks like this, with these columns and these rows and so on and forth around the loop. The PI back on the East Coast set other rules, like the information needs module can only look at this information, and scheduler can only look at this information, things like that. Very difficult to get get everybody on the same page for all this stuff. Imra joked that the real outcome of this project was me getting my cat herding license. So once we did that, we did actually get it to work, in the sense that the loop runs to completion. That finally came together very close to the end of the thing, because the problem is that when you're working on a little isolated project with toy data, you make certain assumptions, and it isn't necessarily true when you run the whole thing in a loop. So what happens when the situation recognition module doesn't recognize anything? So the input is nothing. So what is the next algorithm in the loop supposed to do then? Well, that's not what you tasked me with. You tasked me what to do with situation recognition data. Problems like that. So that's what I just said. I keep getting ahead of the slides. No real research results, really, because like I said, we were debugging right at the end. So the things in the plan were to be running quote production runs during the last month or so of the thing in order to evaluate performance, and we just didn't get to that point. The sponsor dropped this for reasons not related to how our outcomes, their own reasons. But in my opinion, it was really, we were given the wrong problem. So how do you track things? And really what it seemed like people wanted was, we really want to know what's going on. Who do we know, which units do we know where they are? Which units don't we know where they are? Which spaces, what areas are being used and which aren't? So it was more than a tracking problem. And I think we kind of got off track, so to speak. I already told you about the model, the combat model. So let me show you a couple of. So this is the area. So we use the Camp Pendleton Road Network. Those dots are locations where units would go and do a training evolution. And then with some probability, during the course of the run, the red forces would stop training and actually attack. So then they'd use war reserve locations that hadn't been used during the training part of the operation, and basically populate every possible training site. That was to give the algorithm an opportunity to say something changed, and perhaps change its behavior. That never really, that we didn't get that far either, but that was the notion. Center tracks were just there's a list of parameters for sensors. They had a heading and a speed and a revisit rate, and they would raster across this area. This little town here in the middle, that's where the regiments, that was on base for all the units. So they'd all be driving on roads from there out to those different locations. And so what you're looking at here is we had a warm-up period. So everybody started in base. Simulation started going, went a couple of hours, and then we declared a time 0 for the analysis. So units were already in the middle of doing operations when you started. So the circles are batteries of a mobile missile launcher units. You also see individuals running around, the little red guys, those are civilians. So they were there to provide background noise and pause. So when you see a square, you're seeing the situation recognition module saying this is where a battery is, and then it provided things like the average speed and heading of that battery, and then also a characterization of what its activity was. The big squares are sensors. That's a sensor footprint, so it's just taking snapshot pictures, and the green is areas to search when you don't have anything better to do. So if you're not trying to track something, you don't need the sensor to track a unit, then look around in these other areas because we suspect them based on what we know about operations, that there's potential areas of operations out there. Then eventually, so you see there's pauses. So the pauses are that reflect the fact that there's the time when we're looking, and there's a time when we're planning, and there's a time when we're looking. The blue shaded areas are the result of Dr. Koyak's prediction algorithm. So based on what his algorithm sees with the blue squares and what he thinks they're doing, then the areas of probability of where units might be are reflected in those blue shading. So this happened a lot in the simulation where the situation recognition module was very interested in the garrison because there's always something interesting to look at there. So the planner tended to look there because there was always something interesting going on at the garrison, and only rarely did it find things out in the field that it wanted to look at. Another area of interest. So this is all from post-processing of the data. It's just taking snapshots of the data. And the combat model. So again, this is Combat 21. So it's an unusual use of Combat 21 because we didn't use any sensors. There was no combat, obviously. It's just red moving around. And so that's why it runs so fast. Because it's not doing any of the stuff Combat 21 usually has to do. So each one of those short segments is a group of vehicles that's a battery, and that battery moves to a position in the garrison area where it's simulating fueling and arming and getting ready to deploy. Do this faster. So there's a battery running out to one of its training areas. And it's on the way. So what it does is it plans a route to an area that it's not going to go, stops partway through, and then hides. So when it's hiding, all that really is a modification to the detection algorithms that we use in the sensors. We say, oh, it's hiding, so we have a lower probability of seeing it. There's no real physical modeling going on. Then when it finally gets to its area of operations, it takes up a pattern that is it's just consistent. It doesn't necessarily reflect any real operational behavior. It's just the same every time it does it, so it can be recognized by the system. And then it comes home and returns to parking. So there's a schedule that's, it's all stochastic. So there's every once in a while, a regiment goes into training mode. It picks which batteries are going to train. Those batteries then get sent out, to pick the site they're going to go to and execute their training evolution and come back. So that's what was going on here. Oop. Well, we don't need slides. Any questions? Sir.
I'm wondering, given your experience, so this is like a colossally ambitious effort.
Yeah.
And I guess if someone said, yeah, do the same thing tomorrow for your next academic year, you probably have some words to say back to them. And I'm just kind of wondering, even from the get-go, someone must have realized that they're asking a whole lot.
Yeah.
Where did the process? Was it like the money was thrown over the fence and they
No.
now, and there really wasn't a feedback loop to say, hey, you're asking for a whole lot with 1 year period.
Yeah. So this was, I think, year 4 or year 3 of this sort of, scratching at this particular problem. So, but it was the first year that anybody thought to try to put them together. So the researchers for each algorithm had been working kind of independently, and writing papers about prediction and forecasting and value systems and all that stuff. And the PI just decided that we weren't going to get any further until we tried to integrate them all into the end-to-end system. And so that was his vision for this year. Part of the problem is he thought that the team had accomplished some things the previous year that they hadn't. And so we were behind from the beginning. And I think nobody in the CMIS team they're not engineers, they're not software developers. They're academics doing their research, and they certainly know their own area very well, but I don't think they were equipped to understand the magnitude of the integration problem and all of that. If we were to do it again, one thing would be I would want a period of performance where everybody was working at the same time, for one thing, because that was a huge problem. Was they were out of order. So Sandia was trying to do scheduling without really knowing what the data was going to be coming from the value system. I mean, they knew what it was supposed to be. You could invent data that could drive their algorithm, but then when you actually got the algorithm that produced the data, it didn't conform to all the assumptions that were made, right? And so I think you need everybody working or available at least for the whole thing, so that you can say, okay, you've given me your algorithm, I'm going to plug it into the system that already has, at some degree of progress, represents every single part of it. And so you can, go around and say, okay, here's the way it's performing today. Here's the reason we're having problems. It's like, your situation recognizer, if it doesn't put out a situation, downstream, hey, you need to know how to handle that and do something else, right? So if your job is to track, which is what most of the researchers thought their job was, and the situation recognition didn't give you anything to track, right? I have not identified any units. So how do you not track, so what do you do instead? You will search, right? And so, those kinds of things would have to happen. But it was funny, the PI retired. We got a new PI this year, and I was telling him about this, and he's like, and they thought they were going to do this in the year. He's like, I would want 3 or 4 years to do this. So your instinct is right. It's just they weren't equipped to understand how hard it would be, I think. But it's still good. It's interesting and it's worth doing, even though sponsors dropped it. CMIS itself isn't dropping it. They want to continue to work it. There's no way to really do research on these kind of algorithms without the simulated environment to produce data, other than, I mean, unless you go in the black rooms and get the real data. So.
I think we have time for one or two more. Don?
Thanks, Kurt, second colossal effort. Did I connect this all back to yesterday? President Rondeau talked about modeling and simulation for decision advantage, how it could change how we understand and work on problems. In the afternoon, Captain Bill Rod gave us the vectors of how to do that. Curate, design, innovate. I think it was transform and experiment. Well, I nominate you for the best curate, because here you had different models that were dissimilar and different PIs and had different concepts and even different times when you're doing it. And you put some modeling and simulation as the keeper of the knowledge, not just the properties, but what do we do with it? What does it mean? I think we might have a linchpin role in the project. This is just another view of what I think they were trying to tell us yesterday, a linchpin role in that process, especially when we repeat it for the next time somebody goes, oh, we could really use that product.
Well, it's a different kind of virtual, different kind of use for a virtual environment, right? Usually we're making virtual environments for people to be in or to do, where the environment itself, like in the combat model, the result is, regular kinetic metrics about how did the force perform, with the equipment and tactics that you gave it. And this is different from that, even because you're facilitating experimentation of something else with simulation. So pretty interesting. It was fun. Hard but fun.
Good job, Kirk. Okay, it's 15:30, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Over the last day or two, one of the phrases that we've heard, not quite as much as modeling and simulation, but still quite often is additive manufacturing. And we're lucky today to have a talk by Garth Hobson and Amela Sadagic. They're from the Centers for Additive Manufacturing on campus and the Center for Additive Manufacturing Research and Education portion of that also. So Garth's going to kick us off, and then Amela will follow up with the next part. So we'll get his slides up.
Thank you. Tell yours, guys. Thank you. You're welcome. And you sneak around here to pick up some show and tell. As those of you who've heard me talk, I like to use show and tell as well. And I need to stand right here. Is the and good afternoon, everybody. And I do need to also, which you'll see, acknowledge my other co-director, Dr. Imre Gundos, who put most of these slides together for us. So without further ado, let me briefly describe to you what the consortium, what CAMRE, or the Consortium for Additive Manufacturing Research and Education is all about. So,
I think if the left click will move it forward.
Sure.
Left click's not working.
How
about arrow? Up, down.
There we go. So about a year ago, we, by that I mean most of the people who were involved with working with Xerox on the liquid metal printer, which is now known as the LMX. It originally was the Xerox liquid metal printer, XLMP. And about a year ago, we became aware of that $15 million that was in the school. It had actually arrived a few months earlier, and we were to execute this funding. This was a congressional plus up, and you can see the wording. I'll get rid of that. It'll stay there, right? Oh, there you go. And the main takeaway here is that it is to benefit additive manufacturing within the tri-services and so we had to, of course, form a group. I became the director. Amela and Imre are our co-directors, and our manager is Chris Curran, who's a former Navy Lieutenant Colonel, I believe. Yeah, was his rank. And yes, our mission, once again, as I said, to advance additive manufacturing in the tri-services. I have to say also that the main thing is to advance metal printing. That's not to say we're ignoring polymer printing, but that is kind of in our rearview mirror to a certain degree. And the main push is to advance metal additive manufacturing. What we decided consciously was year one, we would engage as much of DON and the Marine Corps as possible, but not to ultimately stop there. We were hoping to expand and still do expand to the broader DOD and government agency as well. At about that time, we were looking to put the LMX, a containerized LMX, on the USS Essex. It actually did participate in RUMPAC 2022 last year, and parts were actually printed. You're looking at, some of you may recognize this this device, onboard ship. Yeah, it's a fire hose wrench. It was printed on the USS Essex while at sea. We believe this is the first time that metal printing was actually done while deployed. And so let me go to the next slide. And as you can see there, the SecNav talking to the sailors who did most of the printing. But I'm getting ahead of myself. At that time, we were engaging the Naval Academy, Captain Brad Baker, who's running there in Makerspace, talking to NAVC, Justin Rotaliata and his group of Jim Pluta, etc. Also talking to the folks at NavAir, headed by Ted Gronda at Pax River, and also Jennifer Walk at ONR. The Marines have been most engaging, and I'm sorry to say I did admit to put Kristen Holdsworth's name up there as well. But the Marines have been amazing in the way in which they've embraced this technology and been forthgoing with the use of a lot of what we're able to produce, including the Coast Guard as well. Dr. Reagan has been very engaging in all the work we're doing. The plan, as I say, at that time was to expand further to Navy labs, including NASA, and a couple of universities as well, who are the lead in additive manufacturing. I'm listing my alma mater there, Penn State, as well as Purdue University. So let me stop here and just talk a bit more about the Essex and RUMPAC. The intent was is always to do a twin printer experiment whereby we can monitor conditions while afloat, while printing. Those conditions won't be optimal. At the same time, on campus, you'll see pictures of it just now. In Watkins Hall, we have an identical printer. The two are configured the same. And so we could actually print parts as well and also monitor those conditions and do a back-to-back comparison. That experiment is yet to be done. All we were able to do while during RIMPAC was have handwritten notes of what the sailors did, what the conditions were while they were printing parts. And so part of the experiment was done. This is a valve wheel. One of the reasons why they weren't able to actually use this was we'd forgotten that these things come in different colors on board ship. So next time we'll send them out with spray paint to actually spray them as well. And what you see there is the containerized LMX printer being installed on the Essex, and Soup Salvage for the folks that actually containerized this. They did an amazing job within about 3 months, and the container was trucked cross country to LA, flown to Oahu, and installed 4th of July last year to actually participate in RIMPAC. Here you can see some of our long-term and short-term goals, some of which we've kind of made some inroads into, others not so much. The reason being will become evident in a second. So, but let me press on. And so I mentioned RIMPAC already. We were going to go actually to the following RIMPAC, go onto the USS Boxer. That didn't happen. We also looked at going onto an LCS-2. That didn't happen because of amperage requirements. This printer needs 50 amps. and LCS can only produce 30 amps of power. So that's a work in progress. The latest is we may go to the USS San Diego, but we're also talking to MSC to install the containerized printer on an MSC asset, most likely, hopefully on the west coast. And currently, the printer is actually sitting at Camp Pendleton, doing a lot of printing for the Marines. As I said earlier, they are engaging this in a very positive fashion. These are assets on campus, and the liquid metal printer is front and center. And our small EOS machine, one that I bought for our department, it's now 5 years old. It needs an overhaul, which can do powder bed printing, very fine precision, but only has a 4-inch by 4-inch print volume. By the way, the print volume on the LMX is about 12 inches by 12 inches. We have a height problem based on the weight of aluminum we can actually print. And what you see down here in this corner, sorry for the
you can
all the other is a cold spray unit, which is in the same room as our. This is in Watkins Hall. Is calling it pops up. Yeah. So you may ask, what do we do with the money, right? So $4.5 million went to both internal NPS solicitation and external NPS solicitation on a very fast time scale. We didn't send out broad area announcements for internal research projects and external research projects, and it was roughly divided 50-50 between internal and external funding. And I would say that we're about 80% there in terms of completing what we said we were going to do. This is the list of topics. No, it's not. No, 24. This is the list of topics internally and externally. I'm not going to read them all out to you, but if something there is of interest to you, or you want to find more out about it, reach out to me, and I will put you in contact with the principal investigators, some of which are in this room, both internally and externally. The external ones, once again, I would say they were pretty much heavily weighted towards the Marines and the needs that the Marines have. Main reason being that Chris Curran, our program manager, is very active within the Marines, and he went out and found some worthy causes to get started. 2.5 million went directly to Xerox for the then purchase of both machines. Up to about this time last year, the machines were on loan as part of a credit that we had with Xerox. That timed out last October. And so we went ahead and purchased them for a very large amount, if I might add. However, on top of that, we bought unlimited maintenance and materials, consumables. Right now, we actually have, I just left them a few minutes ago, we have a Xerox technician on board training a new Xerox technician who will be full-time. He started about 2 weeks ago. We have an expert technician training him as we speak to not only operate the machine, but maintain the machine as well. In addition to that, with Xerox, Dr. Goodloss is leading this charge, looking at new alloys, mainly aluminum 6061 and F357, which are more aerospace aluminums. Right now, we can only print with 4008, which is not too useful. And both of these alloys are very important to NavAir. There you can see the printer actually in operation. A hollow earring where it actually floats in water. It's about a 11-inch diameter ring we printed. And then the other interesting feature about this is what you see here is what we call the dump tank. Once it's finished printing, we can literally take the printer off the heated print plate and drop it in this water tank here, and the part literally pops off within seconds. Versus powder bed printing, it takes hours to sometime cut that off with various cutting tools. So that 5.5 is not is for actual hardware. CAMRE is taking over building 230. That's at the large experimental annex. That's next to the propulsion laboratory, and where the where the railgun is currently resided. That's been accessed as we speak. That whole building in the middle of the golf course is being taken over by CAMRE, and we are about to have a contract with ADS to execute the following. We're going to buy a Phillips hybrid, which the Navy's buying, Haas CNC machine with a melt-IO metal printer, wire feed laser printer. We're buying a GE M-line powder bed printer, which is a big, about a 12-inch by 12-inch print capacity. A foam alloy L5, another direct energy deposition one printer. A CT scanner for doing scans, internal scans of these objects, as well as a Speed 3D cold spray unit. But all those that equipment is going to go into building 230, and I'm hoping within about a year's time we'll have most of this operational. And in addition to that, CAMRE has also stood up NPS Works in the hope that we can use this vehicle to make the future funding extend, which I'll get into in a second. We also set aside 2.5 million to go to these following three initiatives. The SSBN initiative is actually working with Relatively Space. They're a company down and you may have heard of them, down in Los Angeles. They just printed the first fully 3D printed rocket that actually almost made it into orbit. We toured them. They can print 11 feet diameter fuel tanks mainly out of aluminum. For SSBN, they're hoping to print out of stainless steel, large pressure vessels. Dr. Gundos has been working with Park, which is now part of the Stanford Research Institution, and they're looking at trying to advance melt pool control using, amongst other things, pulse lasers. And then Amela is looking at augmented reality training tools with Xerox and or CARIER, and we set aside that funding to advance that for hopefully the next year at least. By the way, what you're looking at there is a 3D printed fuel nozzle by General Electric. They have printed 30,000 of those. The next time you're flying in a commercial aircraft, chances are you have a 3D printed fuel nozzle in the jet engine, is what's happening, is what's out there today, pretty much state of the art as far as printing is concerned. So about 6 months ago, CAMRE was on a downslope, meaning that we thought we were only going to get about 5 million of soft landing funds this year. And we were in the process of shutting things down or telling folks we cannot fund you next year. And lo and behold, about 2 months ago, another 15 million arrived at the school. So our bank account now has 19 million in it. I'd like to say we're on a trajectory like that, but I think we need to be on a trajectory that's about horizontal, because we do not know what's going to come next year. So what we're looking at right now, and hence the question mark, and I'll let you ask questions just now, is that we're looking for a vehicle to extend our funds as far as possible, at the same time strategically align ourselves with any one of those other initiatives that I've mentioned earlier that will possibly allow for longer term funding. I have to say this has been a rather turbulent year and tumultuous year, but a very exciting year. But I'd like to get to a point where we can actually start thinking within about 3 to 5 years' time, as opposed to right now, our thinking is about 6 months at the best. And I think let me leave it at that. And at this point, I'll take questions. I have to apologize. I have to leave soon after this. I have a 4 o'clock meeting, but yeah, questions.
Just a couple things. I don't know if they'll be helpful. DevCom at Redstone Arsenal has the prototype integration facility called the PIP. They've been working additive manufacturing with metal for quite a while. I know then demonstrate, creating class 9 parts for helicopters.
This is Army.
Army, DevCom, which falls under AFC, but they've been doing that for quite a while there, and that may be a good organization to reach out to. For that.
Thank you for that. So what we, so one thing, so just as a follow to that, one thing we found within the Navy, various organizations don't talk to each other. SSPN doesn't talk to NAVC, doesn't talk to NAVAIR. We did find out was that NAVAIR does talk to the Air Force, and they seem to be kind of aligned. I've been wondering what the Army with their air wing has been doing, and we'd very much like to engage with them as well, because we feel that that alliance between NAVAIR and the Air Force is actually quite good, and they seem to know what they're doing. So it would be interesting what the Army's got. Thank you.
We are in contact with them, and we actually sent like some funds too, and especially okay, we didn't send Redstone, but we are in contact with them. We just had a meeting with them, so you know.
But thank you. We'll certainly follow up on that. Appreciate it.
So if you want to link aviation with Marine Corps and the MU and NAVAIR, the MALS and Marine Aviation Logistics Water would be a great option.
Yep. Yes, we're doing that and have done that. And as a matter of fact, most of the how can I put it? So as far as the Somerset was concerned, there we had a bit of an issue in that the air wing actually said they needed the space for the printer on the, but in terms of the Marine Corps and NAVAIR, obviously the air wing of the Marine Corps needing these parts and wanting to be engaged, because Karen has been very active in pursuing that, and that's been a good ride, a good news story for us.
And it's administratively, we've been building the framework for staff to have capability at ground side.
Okay.
And then also potentially taking one of those containers and putting out 29 columns during an ITX. There's one to use case.
So you mentioned IT. So actually, the containerized printer is involved in ITX, as well as a Speed 3D printer, as well as a Formello printer. And we've also said that our printer could be used as a backup in the event of overflow. So yes, the LMX down at Pendleton is involved in ITX. Excellent, thank you.
Could you just give us your perspective on, I have no idea about this technology, what kind of tolerances it's currently capable of? Are there fundamental limitations on the material properties that, for the same alloy, if you were just to handle it?
So there's no direct answer. Can you repeat your first part of your question first? I didn't quite catch the first part.
I can't remember how I said it.
Tolerances.
Tolerances, okay.
Right.
So tolerances are all over the place. It depends on the machine as well. The liquid metal printer is a fast machine. What you give up there is on tolerances. The resolution is not good. But I'll give you a part in about a third of the time of a powder bed printer, which can give you very fine tolerances down to about less than about 1/10 of a millimeter. But you wait for hours and hours for that print to happen. As a matter of fact, I just left our printer right now. By the way, these are in Watkins 132 and 128. 132 is usually closed because it's powders, but in Watkins 128, it's open all the time. You're welcome to come and see how it's printed. But the tolerances are pretty much across the spectrum. That's why the Philips hybrid, this machine is both a additive and subtractive machine where you print on we're actually buying a 5-axis CNC machine. And then if you need high tight tolerances, you can actually go and post machine. You overprint and you can post machine. You don't need tight tolerances everywhere on a part.
Okay, so when you show the fuel valve there that has a mirror finish on it, that was probably post process.
That one, yes, some parts were post machine, the shiny parts, but the rough parts, but that has extremely intricate internal passages that were 3D printed and not touched with a machine.
Right.
That actually was 19 separate parts that snapped together. They printed out of one piece.
What about the strength of the material?
So strength, here again, Professor Claudia Lewis, unfortunately, she left us, did a project for NAVE where they looked at 3D printed titanium Ti-64, vanadium and aluminum alloy. And lo and behold, actually, the 3D printed parts were stronger than the as-wrought parts. So strength in some cases can actually be stronger than the more traditional way of producing parts.
Is that the liquid or the powder or both?
Both, as well as welding in an extremely inert environment. It's usually done in argon atmosphere. So the resolution can be very high, but the price you pay is the time that it takes to print. By the way, the powder they're using it's like talcum powder. It's so fine, which makes it highly explosive. That's why you're not going to get powder bed printers on board ship just yet.
And do you suffer a lot with the experiment that you did on the Attig? Are you gonna pay a price in tolerance for being at sea and having some vibration and some mocking?
Most probably, yes, but we have not yet fully quantified that. We had actually originally thought about actually putting this on a simulator where we could actually simulate different sea states. Lake Coast has one. That based on availability and trying to do things for SERPAC primarily, that didn't happen. But yeah, we're pretty sure that parts will not be of the same quality. But at the end of the day, the part may be good enough to actually be useful to hopefully, in some cases, actually get you back to shore if there's an issue. So at which point then you can, of course, print a higher resolution or better part under controlled conditions. Any questions?
I'll take care of that. So, and then switch it over to Amela's slides.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Garth. That was great.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I have 4 or 5 minutes. I'll try to read through just a couple of slides to give you highlights of what I've been working on as a part of this initiative. You may remember that Center for Additive Manufacturing was formed 4 years ago. So this is really a great initiative that we were able to reach. And do I have the same?
I think you have to use the mouse click. That was not correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So there are several lines of research that I'm doing. Every single one of us, when we do projects, you have in mind, on the back of your mind, what that is contributing to. And so in my case, I've been focusing or trying to study and collect the data on diffusion of innovations, adoption of technology within DoD. You remember that I like to talk about adoption of training solutions. And really getting my hands dirty with another technology allowed me to expand and get insights on different technology, very different technology, and build on top of a model of diffusion of innovation that I'm working on. So this is one domain that I really love to pursue. Reminds me, yesterday, our fellow Stinchfield talk and how adoption, how many things matter, and what I'm finding that type of technology will dictate different approaches. And so, you know, what's the model? How can we help services? So organization-wide, but also practitioner-wide type of practitioner level advices and guidance that we can provide. Another domain that is really interesting, super interesting, this is innovation by domain users. So what this is first time that you can empower sailors, soldiers, Marines to innovate and come up with their own ideas of parts, of tools, on anything, artifacts, physical artifacts that never existed. So it's great to print something that you are short of, you are in the middle of the ocean, you are deployed in the desert. However, here's the space that we didn't have a chance to fill before. And so there are a number of innovations that are coming up as a result of absolute ingenuity of sailors, soldiers, Marines, and I love to work on that. And of course, you know that I'm never far from VR, AR, and so working on rapid prototyping that we plan to do in the future, but currently focusing more on maintenance and gearing everything towards persistent augmented and virtual environments, something that's always up and running, collecting data and providing you windows into that world, data world. And if you're doing maintenance with any system, including 3D printers, is one way to do it. Here's a project that I'm currently having, and I'll let you read and go through a slide later on. My colleagues, my co-PI is Kristen Solis, who you may know as the director of RoboDojo, and Brandon Nader, faculty associates with a whole army of interns that he managed to recruit, all the UD veterans currently studying and being provided with small internships. We executed quite a few visits. We love visiting and getting insights from places where they have to face the daily realities of their work environments, repair centers on East and West Coast, on Marine Corps, those are innovation cells. And the last one is Old Dominion University that we established collaboration. They are really perfectly situated in Norfolk. And so with East Coast repair centers, they have a number of collaborative efforts. So we see them as good candidates for expanding future collaboration. This is just an illustration on some of innovations that I mentioned. These were realized in SWRMAC. It's a Southwest Repair Center, and a number of solutions were made. They reach the point when they are so trusted that part of testing can be done in the repair center, approved, and then provided to the ships immediately. So this is a turnaround that took 5 years to go through the process, get used to ideas and get trust, equip themselves with a good level of printers and testing equipment, and be able to reach the point when they are really bringing everything into the regular functioning of repair centers. Part of our project will be AM Innovation Challenge. You would like to energize everyone. Remember, this is not something that they have to do. Additive manufacturing is not mandatory technology. It's option to you. And when things are option, you have to fight for everyone's hearts. And so launching AM Innovation Challenge is one way to go. A couple of instruments that we imagined, having ambassador program, having motivation tools, incentives, and why not going for Additive Manufacturing Hall of Fame. And the last one is, as Dr. Hobson mentioned, that work with Xerox and CARE AR. So it's augmented reality tool. The direction we would like to steer them is to have a tool that is generalizable with a few configuration setups. You can transform it to support different 3D printers or different systems altogether. So this is point when I'm happy to get any question.
I think we have time for one quick question.
Okay. Well, as Dr. Hobson invited everyone, feel free to contact us if you have interest, or if your services have interest, if you connect with any of the research lines that we presented. Thank you.
Our last presentation of the day is Don Bretzman, Terry Nordrotten. They're going to be talking about some of the work they've done with robot data strategy, looking at telemetry, and doing some field experimentation on that. So I will turn it over to the two of them. You're welcome, Don. I think you're going to have to cool because it's a PDF, so you probably have to just maybe page up and page down.
Very good. Let me try one last key here. Okay, so what's our motivation? We're going to talk about a lot of stuff in this slide, and then Terry's going to drill us down
There you go.
into an example. So starting point is am I on camera now? Kurt?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Modeling and simulation is not very connected to warfighting. And what warfighting is this command and control systems. So that's informed a lot of this stuff, and we're going to see how this just ripples in multiple directions. And so specifically primary for today, we have some long write-ups and lots of pictures and lots of projects that have built a comprehensive program towards data as the connecting glue, the oil, the fuel, the whatever you want to call it, that goes through the whole life cycle chain of so many things that we do. And many of you are intimately familiar with, well, the data to configure a model, and what are the data structures of the model, and what is the state vector of minimum values for the behavior of the model, and how do we record that, and how do we analyze that, and how do we learn from that, and can we even compare to see if we're getting better or worse? So we've realized over the years that these are not separate domains. Data is cross-connecting capability for each of these things. So here's a picture that shows what we see as the primary data flow for just about everything going on. And our primary target for field experimentation is things going on at Camp Roberts. We get a dozen or two industry robots every quarter, and they've been doing this for many years. And what happened? Hard to say, because the data is getting saved, but it's not getting reused, it's not getting pulled out. So we've actually built a lot on work by Dr. Curt Blais, quietly taking notes on all of us in the back row there. Rich semantic track. Oh, well, a lot of what's common to all of these robots is where did it go? What did it do? Where did it go next? And where did it come after that? And how did it get back? That's a data and a metadata issue, keeping track of what happened and what was it about that track, about that mission that mattered. A big change from the past, it's only maybe 2 or 3 years in, is this thing called DFDL. It allows you to take an XML schema for any data structure you want, and they can decorate it with all the parameters that let you either parse different text formats or different binary formats. So we're getting out of the business of writing converters or telling people, especially scruffy robotics people, thou shalt use a certain format. They don't necessarily like that. So this is the process that we're working to build on. A lot of this is reflected in our MB 3500 course from the modeling and simulation perspective. What is network simulation? Well, we take a strong theming in there of streams. The data that comes out of these sims is a stream. It's a pile of bits. And some years ago, one of my great professional regrets is that we didn't save the slide. We had a graduate come in and say, oh yeah, we were at Ulchi Lands Korea exercise. Were you there for this one? And he had so many boxes and arrows that frankly, there was almost no white space left. You could almost not tell there were lines. And oh yeah, it took us weeks to set it all up. Oh, but we had it all shut down in the afternoon on the last day. This lack of persistence of any of these things, I think, really inhibits us. Oh, and that's one of the cross connects back to network optional. How do we know what we're doing if we're not keeping track of what we're doing? How do we operate our robots independently without being dependent on massive satellites and, oh, by the way, a sailor or a marine or a soldier on a joystick? So what is our most common denominator? Kurt and I decided a few years ago with Terry's insight, oh, let's use DIS because it's a data format that's independent of any vendor. It's persistent, it's readable, and we've been building on original work by Don McGregor. Some of you may recognize his logo up there. We called the last one OpenDisk 4. It's still version 7, but he only got 40% of the way there. We now have 100% coverage of the DIS spec, which means 72 different PDUs that describe approximately everything. We have been trying to keep a list of what can't we say, and we don't have that list yet because we can say so much. Now, here's an example of how the course is evolving to take advantage of this. We used to spend a lot of time wrestling with how do sockets work and turning it on and off. And we've just gotten better and better and better each year. So we cover that. It's essential for can we get scalable, distributed simulation across the world, which is different than lots of people in a game engine. A number of you in here understand that where we've evolved to is, oh, let's give the students, besides lots of little programs, let's give them 1 or 2 shell programs that they can do their own stuff in, where it handles all of this. And the diagram on the left is maybe only a couple of weeks old, where you said, well, let's go ahead and do the UML since our example program seems to be working. By the way, for the last few years, you can see every student's program. It's all in GitLab at NPS EDU. On the right is a Wireshark network monitoring tool. It supports DIS. And as far as we can tell, it's usually right. We haven't discovered any errors yet. Some of the rest of you, somebody else mentioned that earlier. Okay, so then we said, well, you know, program flowcharts, that's nice, but what's the sequencing? What's the dance? Who's saying what to whom and when? And what's interesting is we've really shrunk in the space that somebody would need to put a model in. And if a model is some representation of reality and a simulation is behavior over time, there it is. And not only can we write our own little programs or our own let's evolve it programs, but we can stick DES, discrete event simulation, in there. I think it's next week we're going to really start training hard on Dr. Buss's SimKit running in there. Oh, they don't have to worry about all this. And then when I was drawing this diagram, I thought this would end up with, oh, lots of white space, do whatever you want. Oh no. The streams, they're not just your sim or a second sim, but it's all the sims. And it's that sequence of events gives you the exact record of what matters from a state vector perspective, what matters from a how do we work in virtual environments. As we save, filter, process, mash up, I think we're getting to LVC in the large, this dotted box at the end. We're on the brink of, can we get to big data? No, really. Okay, so given this progress, we're pushing an idea internally mostly right now. We have these courses. Can we align them for external access as a certificate, an LVC certificate? We're missing Chris Fitzpatrick. Imra's guided the stand-up of a lab, live virtual constructive lab that's instrumental to this. We think we could put this together. If students have a basic programming ability, we could get them through a 4-course sequence. And our current thinking is, let's make that 4th course all prac in person, in the lab, 40-hour week. That equals the course duration. Information sciences has some activities like that that's going very well. So if you have any thoughts on how we might do that, please let us know. Okay, we talked about additive manufacturing. Well, X3D is the other thing I'm working on. We are very far along. We're now at ISO for version 4. It started way back when, virtual reality modeling language 97. Captain, here's that model I was talking to you about, where a radiologist was so excited about, they could finally see inside a pediatric heart, like in the first few weeks of birth, where they had to clean up all the muscle striations. Before, they didn't know until they were inside a child's chest what they were dealing with. But then when she said she stopped, it takes her 6 to 8 years for a radiologist to understand how do you get from slices to 3D structure. She described how she was so excited when she got this. She spent the whole day walking around a large hospital near Chicago telling everybody, look, we can finally see what we're doing. I take that as evidence we're breaking into new ground. Here's the bumper sticker for X3D. We're answering the mail after a long time. Short story, HTML5, complete integration, meaning web technologies, whether that's wide open web or in secure environments that are using web technologies. It's there. GLTF rendering, we've got full compliance, either as X3D rendering model, lighting model, or as GLTF loading. We have integrated web audio API and MIDI 2. We're talking about things like, well, we got a scene graph, we got an event graph. Let's do the audio graph too, fully spatialized to match your virtual environment. Interesting. And there's also a group started now, exploratory, on 3D web for the metaverse. What does that mean? Okay, you can find a lot of these next things online. We have both public and controlled unclassified links to these things. I'll show you a few screenshots. This was an interesting one. Naval Academy did a study. These are all X3D models on paid for by the Academy and conducted by Naval Facilities Command, NAVFAC. So what's the impact of sea level rise? They're now spending some tens of millions of dollars. They made a funding decision. They decided on 2.5 feet raise in the seawall. There's some very dramatic pictures in their diagrams that I'll be happy to show people upstairs. Here's some screen snapshots that landed in my mailbox yesterday. Actually, I took the screenshots. The 3D virtual environment landed in my box yesterday, and I captured 8 of the viewpoints that were already in there. Very high res, very excellent detail. I didn't even get around to, well, let's go inside some of the buildings and do it. We 2 weeks ago, we were working with Yokusei, Japan, looking at the proposed XLUUV. Oh yeah, the same XLUUV I think somebody showed earlier today. How would they deploy that? Here's a boring sounding thing that was immense effort. Thank you, Terry. You got X3D Edit from many years of work out at SourceForge to a trusted Apache plugin. We had 128 downloads before I was even able to launch it in the first day. The biggest plugin is I think 127,000 downloads. So we're breaking out. Not shown here is another recent thing with the same JavaScript engine. You can edit on the left side, hit re-render, and show the updates in the web browser, and then copy, save it if you want. 3D manufacturing. We are refurbishing this. Ed Rockhour and Bruce Allen are our guys. We chose the wrong engine, and we paid the price, and we have a good design, and I hope to show a beta real soon now, maybe in a month. Virtual sand table. Oh, we're crossing between the physical and the virtual. Many of you have seen Dr. Sadagic's sand table. It takes work to keep it aligned and calibrated, and the software doesn't go by itself. Well, we put a projector in the overhead in the Savage Lab, and we can push things around. And Jimmy Liberato figured out, well, let's put plotter paper on it, and suddenly the colors pop, and we can see everything. And very interesting combination of effect. Okay, so there's a a run through all the 3D and all of the BIS, and it's an exciting time. It feels like we are breaking into the barrier of the large. So Terry, do you want me to fumble with the interface for you here while you talk, or do you want to drive to? Okay. Do you have questions for this? No, keep going, and then we'll do questions. And we have a break right after this, right, Perry?
Yeah, I've got to go over the
So,
thing, so I mean,
go
we're still
for
gonna,
it. Terry, show
we're
what
gonna
you
call it
got.
at 16:30.
All right, the last 10, 12 minutes, we'll make this quick here. We're getting at the critical time here. All right, my name is Terry Norbrun. We took data, in a nutshell, we took data transmitted from a scan eagle, which is normally a proprietary thing. Boeing, when they spit these out, has their own proprietary code. And if you want to be able to code that, then, well, gosh, pay an extra seat for a license and be able to do that. So we were able to take some open source, open standards tools off the commercial shelf, put together a program, extract data, and render it in 3D. Namely, we were interested in the telemetry of one of these robots. All right, KLV, it's a standard key length value. Motion capture and motion picture have a standard. And by the way, there's a compressed standard for unmanned aerial systems or unmanned vehicles. And so we use that standard. And it comes down to this, when a packet transmits over the network, Wireshark can capture it and capture a bunch of these packets, and we're after this little payload in a big packet that gets sent. But there's some work to do to decode it. All right, so here's one of the pieces of data. This tells us how to construct the schema, as Dr. Brutzman pointed out. We can use data format description language and Apache software open source tool. And we can tell the schema, hey, parse in 64 bits, grab this piece of information, output it. And our tool chain basically works like this. Scan Eagle's flying, it's transmitting. We're going to capture with Wireshark. Wireshark's going to put it into a PCAP or a PCAP-NG format, which is just a way for Wireshark to capture all those packets and encapsulate. We filter it out for the specific port that we want, and now we have a text file that contains hex code. All right, but this is in string format. We got to change it to binary so we can extract the decimal. And then we can output it in some file formats, XML, comma separated value. But we do one better also in memory. We can take that data, decode it with another tool. One of the tools was written by Dr. Rob Harder, who was a PhD graduate back in 2017. So another open source tool we got. And now that we have decoded binary, we can take that binary and now put it into another open source tool, OpenDIS, use X3D to model a scan eagle, and then hit run on the simulation, and now we can see this thing fly in the air using the telemetry that was captured. So it's a playback mechanism. And that's a quick synopsis of that tool chain right there. So Wireshark, yes. PCAP-NG, just a format to capture packets. There's a look at one of our packets in Wireshark. And let's get to, here's a breakdown of the different pieces we're interested in. Here's some information on Apache. So how do we do it? the schema, you can see in the red box, we're decorating these attributes, these schema attributes with, again, information, how far to parse in, what character position, grab this piece of data, output it in some format that we want. And so DFDL lets you do this with any binary format. Dr. Brutzman alluded to that too. So we can take text data, or we can take any binary data. If we have a standard for it, we can build a schema to parse it and grab it. And now we don't need Boeing's license to do this. All right, so there's the parse data as hex. We get it to a binary format, right? Or here's an output in XML, still hex. We use Dr. Harder's code to get it to binary, and then voila, we have what we want from that data payload right there. All right, some code to do all that stuff, and we can turn on a recorder. So when we're transmitting this decoded information into DIS packets, we can capture it in this format. Now we can replay back data streams in a loop. Here's the X3D file, the ESPDU transform. We're grabbing that transform and feeding it new XYZ data to keep the simulation going. And by all means, come by and see the demo of this thing flying around in the browser now. That's all I have.
So summary, data. That we're getting away from the API centric point of view and just saying, well, what's our data in and what's our data out? And you see conversion algorithms that are based on what are the data structures and how do they align? And can big data, can LVC replay, can mashups of data be so far away? And you also notice we haven't wagged our finger to tell anybody, well, do it our way. No. People are doing it their way. We're getting into the data. So what success looks like for this project will be when we're just regularly converting robot after robot, mission after mission. There's about, what is it, Terry, 30 maybe formats that are in the archive at MITRE and on the CUI side. These are formats they've already done. Terry didn't have to invent PCAP, but he did adjust it and handle PCAP NG, next generation packet capture. So we're trying to regularize. We're not trying to do a one-time thing. X3D is the data format for web publication of whatever your model is, however you produced it. Again, data. So that's where we're at. We'll hang around. We'll show some of the videos and just be happy to talk. It's definitely been an interesting ride. Terry's got us to a place where we can repeat the pipeline more easily. And as we build these archives, these examples, keep them in version control, then we can say when somebody reruns the next mission a year later, 3 years later, think curating of knowledge in the NPS mission, they can answer crazy questions like, did it still work? And maybe even did we get better or did we get worse? I'm hoping that we walk the walk on that with our students in MB 3500, and they say, well, I can do it better than last year, and here's a stream to prove it. And oh, by the way, here's the recording of my thesis results if somebody picks up on this later. A lot of stuff. I think we're at time, Perry. We don't want to go over.
You got like 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. Okay.
So we can take a few questions. That concludes our presentations from day 2 of the 2023 Moves Open House. If you enjoyed these talks, the talks from days 1 and 3 are also available. Please see the description below for the links. Also, The 2024 Moves Open House will be held June 4th through 6th at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey. Please see the link below for more information. The QR code at the top left will take you to the same page. Registration is available from that site, so please plan to join us in 2024 to see what we're currently doing.